Oh, sorry for the pop. Jesus, that was loud. That was loud. Ooh, cowbell. This track's got cowbell on it. Clean off some of this stuff and get it off the desk and stuff. But got some stuff to go through today. How's everybody doing? Got a late start. The more cowbell, always more cowbell. The looping stuff has been throwing me for a loop. Ooh, I didn't expect that joke to be that bad. Anyway, looping stuff has been rough. It's not aggressive enough, and as such, I need to eat a lot less. So I'm not eating today because I'm gonna run out of supplies if I don't. Because what was it? It was like I can probably use about 180 units a day without even trying. So I need to back off of the food, and then use less supplies. And like I've gone through 2 omnipods already, and they're 200 units each from the point that we started last stream. So I got 3 omnipods right now that are used. I got 2 more in the box, and we started Friday. So going at that rate, it's not looking good for the end of the month. If one of those boxes is a week, then I've got to get to October. Well, let's say the box is, well, all right, if we really pare it down and say one box is gonna last me a week, I got 5 weeks to get to October. That's not tenable. That's not sustainable. That's not gonna work. that's not gonna work. That'll get me to the end of the month. So I'm a little concerned. I'm gonna have to fast for many days. I'm gonna have to continually fast. I mean, the only solution for me to do this would be to go to U200 insulin, which U100 is, sorry about the crackling noise. I gotta get rid of a bag of air. Sorry, okay, no more crackling noise. Clean audio. In order to get these things to last long enough, under my current lifestyle, the lifestyle of the inflated and bulbous, I would have to go to U200 insulin, which isn't even sold in vials. They don't sell it in vials, they sell it in pens. And so I looked at the my healthcare formulary, and by the way, there was a comment above that one. It just, the first one gets cut off for the day. But yeah, the first 2 actually. I should leave 2 chat messages so that the first person to say something actually gets on the chat list. But anyway, they do sell U200 insulin. U100 is a rating on the insulin for the efficacy of what's in there, the strength of it, right? There's U100, there's U200. I even think that there might be even like U500, but that's the strength of the insulin. And since the Omnipod only holds so many units in it, it only holds 200 units. My previous pump held 300, and that would get me a couple days, like a day and a half, 2 days, 3 days on supplies. I haven't kept track. I'm kind of pulling numbers out of my ass right now. But in order to get the pods to last longer, I need the stronger insulin, but it's not in the formulary of the healthcare company that provides me with the supplies. So probably have to make a special case for it, and I don't even know what that's going to involve in terms of, like, you know, obtaining it. And then in addition to that, the first note on the U200 stuff is like, do not remove this from the pen and put into your own thing. It can be a disaster. I don't know. I gotta figure something out though. What's up, Chester? I think the thing that I gotta figure out is actually not eating as much. So I'm gonna be fasting a lot. Yeah, I just have to do it. I gotta do a crash weight loss now. Otherwise my supplies won't last. They just won't last. So gonna be constantly changing pods. That said, it's been very easy to change pods. Right now, I have done the objectives, which involved an absolutely ridiculous fucking quiz on the phone. There's a quiz about all the different settings. Where did it go? There's a quiz on here about all the different settings and stuff that you can put in, and you know what their effect is and whatnot. This one, I don't want to push. If I push that clear finished button, I'd have to answer all the questions again, and it was an absolute beast to get through. So my next objective is run an open loop mode for a few days, which I've been doing already, but I guess I didn't do that. But celery and salad actually do have carbs. They have carbs. They have less carbs, and vegetables are more filling. So yes, I will be going to some, you know, I'll probably be doing stuff like that. But you know, food is off the menu for a little while until I can get shit sorted out. But I need to be on open loop for 7 days, and we got 1 day out of 7 accomplished so far. Now, in those 7 days, if I really get fed up, I could just recompile and get rid of the objectives. Understanding your open loop, including its temp basal. Starting the closed loop with low glucose suspend. Tuning the closed loop, raising the max IOB above 0. Gradually lowering BG targets. Adjust basals and ratios. These are, I think these are actually like good things. These objectives that I've got to do. What's up, Turbonad? I posted your tweet. Hope that got you a little bit more. That was a funny tweet. This is very complicated, all the stuff that I'm doing right now. This is very complicated. And this is kind of walking me through it, but what I've learned is that it is pretty bad at being aggressive with my glucose levels, and I think that my built-in like ratios and stuff aren't aggressive enough, and if they do get aggressive enough, I burn through insulin very quickly. I'm the most insulin-resistant being on the planet. It's a little discouraging right now. I'm a little worried about supplies making it to the end of the month and whatnot. But we'll see how it goes. Got a bunch of stuff from storage sitting on the desk. I'm gonna maybe get the lamps out of the way. I gotta find a weird thing to do with these lamps. Ratioed and insulin pilled. We'll just put these aside for now. I want to get fairy lights and put them inside of the little cages, because I think that'll look good. And then they'll just be battery operated, so I don't have to worry about getting power to them. Oh boy. Yard sale stream. Practically could. I could do that. Guess what I found? We were talking about this when we were looking at the camera. One of the little remote things that we were talking about. I don't know if that's what this does. Because if I wind this a little bit. Proby. Yeah, we were looking at this camera and we were talking about that. Yeah, it doesn't look like this. I don't think this is right. Just sticking it in any hole, huh? I don't think that'll do that. Yeah, no, that's just an electrical connection. It's just a switch. There is no remote connection to this. You have to use the shutter. Yeah, my brother was into like old camera-y stuff, and so this came with it. That oscilloscope camera, the O-scope camera, could probably use this. This thing looks newer. It looks like it's in better shape than everything else. God, if I get too hungry to function this stream, I'm gonna have to postpone it, but I'm hoping that we'll go a little later today. We'll see. We'll see. Fucking fasting. I have to do it. I have to do it. It has to be done. I gotta get used to being hungry. Because I've been sort of out of it for a while. You didn't, TurboNet, I don't know if you were here during the rummaging stream, but look at this. I found Crystal Pepsi from 1993. Apparently that's worth like $180. Along with a Swedish lamp, some kind. And a big gauge. That is a big gauge. It's a big gauge. I want to look at this, some of the other stuff that I brought in front here. Yeah, this keeps the camera from shaking when you hit the shutter button. It's also for poking people at a distance. Okay, stabilize. Come on. All right, we gotta stabilize it on something. There we go. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. That's kind of neat. And you can do a closed shutter by closing the little screw on it. So you could close it, you could open your shutter and then keep it, hold it open for an extended amount of time. Release. Pretty cool stuff. Old school, old school. I need to make a wall display with all the old license plates that are sitting in front of me, and then there's a lot of junk sitting in the wings. We gotta look through some of the stuff. I want to look at one particular thing. I want to get everything off the desk for that. Fun thing to start your PC with. You gotta push it in and hold it in place. There's like generational moldy dust on all of this stuff, and I'm gonna start coughing at a certain point. Just sticks out of the shelf. You just. Boop. That's a little too like Ernest, the comedian. Like, you know those comedians from like the probably early 90s where they had like just like a bunch of kitsch and would operate their life with kitsch and like Rube Goldberg machine kind of stuff. Bathing in a washing machine, that sort of thing. I don't know if I want to get rid of these. This is a weird thing. This isn't even stream worthy. Rack brackets. I don't know where the fuck I got these, but I got a whole bunch of them. If I ever wanted to make something that's rack mount, that's 3U, here's a 3U bracket for something. Giant. I did the giant button on the PC thing for a long time. I did that for a long time. I had an emergency stop button that I used to turn on the PC, but I don't know about that anymore. I like having just like a nice, neat little button that isn't begging for somebody to come over and slap it. You know, there's a certain security within identifying what the button is. You think this is 1U? Oh, yeah, this isn't 3U. That's right. 1U, 3U would be. Yeah, you're right. You're right. 2U is big. Yeah, so 1U bracket. It's probably this would probably be good for like the rear of something to kind of stabilize it on the rack for like the rear rack things. I can use that with the computer build. Yeah. Of course, that's a lot of screws to put in. This mix keeps getting better and better. I'm super happy with this mix. I like it. I don't know though. I don't know if I need anything like that, right? And I got like 12 of them. There's a big chunk of metal. Mr. Coffee from Spaceballs. I don't remember that. How's it going, chat? I'm a little tired today. I have been sleeping better because of the lack of alert beeps at night. I just got to bed very late last night. A little too into the movie that I was watching, and I didn't stop, and it went late. This has been kind of frustrating, the lack of... Look at this. So I've only barely dipped into normal range over the past couple days using the open loop. And the open loop keeps pestering me in order for it to do stuff. I actually changed my carb ratio, tried to eat 60 grams of carbs, went high, got back to normal, but then of course, because I'm a human being, I needed more carbohydrates, so I ate some carbs and got a shitload of insulin. up into the bad part of things. I don't know what this alert is. Note, in the middle of the night. So then I woke up at 7 a.m. and said, what the fuck? Where did this come from? Because I ate and the whole thing predicted that everything would be fine. But once insulin tapered off, my body decided that was a good time to digest all the carbs. All the way up into the asinine area, bother attitude chart, you're right. And then I woke up at 7 a.m. like, what the fuck? And then I gave 10 units of insulin. Down it goes. Now this thing should be shooting for 110. But then it tapers off and it decides, I'm good, I don't need it. Here, we can display. I'm gonna be a keto bro soon. That's a bad scene. I can't do that. Oh, I haven't given it all the, There we go, there's all the info. See, it's faffing about giving me all these different basal rates, and when I go hyperglycemic, it's like, ooh, we need to give you some insulin. No, we need to give you none. No, we need to give you insulin. I don't know what's going on with that. It doesn't like commit to the insulin that it's giving me. So there have been times, and I'm actually getting pretty fucking frustrated with it today, because this is all hyperglycemia. I'm supposed to be 110. This would be a great chart if it was, the whole thing was down. I'm getting real angry at this thing for not being aggressive. Because like out here, I just get pissed off and give 9 units of insulin. I'm just like, no, just stop. Here's 10 units of insulin to get me back down to normal range. Look at what it was doing all last night. It was just fucking around. You know, like here's where I think I went to bed like around here. I was like, I approved of the 5.6 and then I think I went to bed. Or I woke up and did some stuff. But anyway, it's like, man, I've really got to get a little aggressive here and ramp it up. And then it's like, never mind, let's just hang out at this glucose level forever. And then I'm like, no, like take some insulin, just fucking stop. Like, get me down to range. Why aren't you being aggressive? There, see, it did it again. It's like, oh, wait, let me be aggressive. No, never mind. Never mind. Let's not rock the boat. And then, of course, I had coffee this morning. 12 grams of carbs, 5 units. Ridiculous. Such a waste. Yeah, right now it's open loop. It has to flag me, and I have to say, yes, do that treatment. I have to do that for a week, which is utterly maddening at this point. But it will get me back to, like, knowing how to use this thing properly, right? And hopefully as I lose weight, my insulin resistance will kind of reverse a little bit. And if it doesn't, I'm gonna have to go to I'm gonna have to try to petition for stronger insulin. I can't use the super fast acting insulin that this thing is supposed to be that it operates well off of, because it's not in the formulary for the freaking health company. They decided, no, you don't need that insulin. You're fine. You don't need to have fast acting insulin. So this thing will still work. It'll still work, and I'll get it to work. I just need to clamp down on my own weirdness. Like, I mean, dinner was not that crazy. Where's dinner? I opted about 30 grams for dinner because there was macaroni, like a mac and cheese. I'll say a sausage because it was no bun, and salad. Mac and cheese, sausage, salad. I thought, but it's about 30 grams, right? Yeah, it's like a little tiny serving of mac and cheese. It's like a palmful. Less than you guys would eat. And then it shot me up into the stratosphere, and I stayed there for the rest of my life. Far be it from me to eat carbohydrates. How dare I try to eat food? And then it's giving a shitload of insulin and just wearing away at the pod. The pod's gone. Yeah, I'm very frustrated with this, that's all. I'll get there though. This is just growing pains. And I have a bit of a soapbox here with the stream. I get to rant. All right, Big John at District. Good song. Hopefully not VOD killing. Who's that dashing individual? Nope, I don't see any muted audio. So far, so good. My list of games that dwindles constantly. Who are these hacks? I would never watch TurboNad. Anyway. It will be great when it works. My only concern is that I go through insulin so quickly. If I were to program it right now to work properly, it's gonna burn through my insulin very, very quickly. Just because it needs to be hyper aggressive with my body weight and my insulin resistance. It sucks. I don't have any insulin resistance stuff working right now on the system, and I think maybe that's part of what's playing into it. Sometimes your liver is just a fucking jerk. You know, sometimes your liver is just like, hey, who wants carbs? And it releases a bunch of shit into your body, and the diabetic is sitting there like, why is nothing is happening? Why? I had that, you know, this is right here. 8 units of insulin, right? That should have a pretty staunch effect on my glucose level. 8 units should bring me down to 110. 8 units of insulin right there. We are asleep. We're not awake. Ba ba da ba 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 ba. It didn't move at fucking all. It didn't move at all. And this is supposed to be peaking at a certain amount of time. I wish it would show the peaks on this view. I don't know how to make it do that yet. And yeah, I think TurboNad's right. It just takes a while to figure out. I gotta figure out the system. I gotta figure out how to work it. I gotta make it work. This is where the pod ran out of insulin. I had 2 alerts. I was trying to squeeze out the last drop. It says the pod holds 200 units, and according to the amount of insulin, there were 10 units left in the thing, but I couldn't get it out. It said that the pod only had like 1 unit left, so, oh well. But like, 8 units of insulin once I got the new pod in, nothing. It could be a bad site. Maybe that portion of but that part of my body hasn't seen insulin in a while, so it should be pretty sensitive at that point. No, it primes itself, so it's, oh yeah, oh, maybe you're right. Yeah, maybe you're right. First 10 for priming. I don't think it takes 10 is to prime, my previous insulin pump used 10 units to prime the entire tube. This thing has a tiny little tube, so probably use like, I don't know, maybe 2 units of insulin in order to prime that. Yeah, insulin cost, you can calculate it. Did you actually do a Google ad? I forgot what the conversion factor was. If you do $700 for a bottle and then you do 1,000 units in a bottle, you could just do the conversion if you want. That's a broad estimate. There's a slightly better one than that, but it's like $7 for a unit. It sucks. If I actually calculate it out, every single meal that I have, you tack $5 onto. Yay! Thank you, healthcare companies. I really appreciate that. Yeah, so I don't know what's going on. You can tell by the main chart, I have not been in the normal range, and it's fucking with me. I'm not feeling good about it. But these are growing pains. This is me getting into using the looping and the new habits that I have to have, which includes just not eating food. I'm just not eating food anymore. I'm gonna become skinny. I'll be like a skin suit draped on a one of those, what do you call it? I don't know what you call it. I'll just be like a skin suit draped on a coat hanger, basically. I'm just gonna be droopy. But yeah, I gotta lose a lot of weight. I gotta lose about 150 pounds. So haha, here we go. Let's get started. Let's be hungry for a long time. A year of being hungry. Do they? I mean, you don't need to be constantly connected in order to exist as a type 1 diabetic. There are a lot of people who don't do that. They have, what do you call it? Hold on, I gotta approve another change in my basal rate. There you go. Yeah, they have, you know, you can just postpone your stuff and go do something, so. I'm no longer accepting your weird, stupid questions when you come in here, because you come in here and just ask these off-the-cuff weird questions, and you know, you've been around long enough that you know how this works, so you don't get to do that anymore. It's a law. Yeah, so I'm if you can't tell, I'm grumpy, because my glucose levels haven't been resolving themselves. And I'm faced with the fact that I am extremely insulin resistant on a platform, the pump, the omnipod, that doesn't exactly support holding a lot of insulin. So. It's a law. We're looking at rust. Oh God. Many years of neglect on some of this stuff. Got some cooler stuff in the bin below me. What's up, C2189? What am I gonna do with an old camera? Like, I do need to have a yard sale stream. This isn't even mine, this is my brother's. Why do I have this? Why is this in my stuff? Problem with having a brother. None of your stuff is yours, all his stuff is his. Put this all the way out here. I actually have a pile going of things that belong to my brother. I also have a lampshade and no lamp for it. Don't know what happened there. Maybe I'll find it in another bin. Fun old stuff. I have that camera. It's a really common camera. I think my parents probably had it in the 50s. Better, my brother got it when he was going through that phase of, I feel like everybody like of a particular generation goes through their old school camera phase and they end up with one of those from like a flea market in New Jersey or something. Technically my sister took it. Once again, the sibling conundrum. It's like clockwork. It's like clockwork. It's like you can predict it so easily. Yeah, I guess all the open APS people aren't around today, but I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated with my body, and I'm frustrated with this piece of software. It's not really the piece of software's fault, to be honest. I'm frustrated with the formulary too. Formulary not supporting my my need for either rapid insulin or stronger insulin. Either of those. I gotta change my habits. Oh yeah, my any key. This thing doesn't even fit onto regular keyboards. It's so old. I found my any key, but the problem with the any key is it's for like old keyboards. It's not for like modern keyboards. Like modern keyboards have, or at least Cherry MX switches have totally different posts. I'd have to find a switch that the any key can fit on. So I don't know, maybe some old school buttons would have something like that. Better maybe I could just print something or squish a little. TurboNAD would advocate for blue tack in this case. We don't do blue tack that much around here. But I could probably squish something in there to make up the difference. I was that sibling. I have a box of the whole family's old cameras just next to me. I wish he had taken that camera because I got nothing to do with it and I have no room for it. He's the one with a house. He has a whole house to store stuff in. How dare he not accept stuff? Where do you get rid of glass? Pizza Hut style red glass with I don't know what to do with these things. I guess I could have tried to throw them out. Today's garbage day, so a lot of the stuff that you guys saw last week is gone. I'll just put these on the garbage can. You guys and your blue tack. I don't know. My only involvement was with blue tack is that at some point in grade school I had some, and it was fun to squish around, and that was it. Smash them behind your local convenience store. You know, I left the entire small block, not small block, the part with the valves and stuff on it. Is that the small block? All the valves for a motor I left at a mechanic's place. There's a mechanic around here that really, really likes Corrados, Mark, that generation of VW. And I had an ABB head, whatever the slightly larger ported Passat head was for that car, and I didn't have anything to do with it anymore. I was gonna make it into a coffee table, and I was like, you know what? This needs to go to a good home, but I'm not gonna ask. So I drove up to this. It's like a little gas station where the guy has a bunch of Corrados. Drove up to it, looked around, nobody was there. There was just like a lawn chair. And so I unloaded this entire small block right onto the lawn chair and drove off. That was an expensive gift out of goddamn nowhere. Just because, I mean, this guy, it looked like it must have been a privately owned gas station car shop, because it's a very small place. There's like one or two bays to work on cars. So they do like inspections and stuff, but they also work on sort of like older cars. And so there were a couple Corrados. This guy was a fan of Corrados, and they just stay there like 24/7, but they're in good shape. So it's like, I'm just gonna gift this guy like a really nice motor thing and get the hell out of here. Technically illegal dumping that I've admitted to, my crimes. Yeah, blue tack is mainly for putting posters up on walls badly, but you guys find 1,000,001 uses for that stuff. That's gonna need a wet wipe. This isn't doing anything. This is the kind of dust. I don't really want to aerosolize this stuff either. That's... I don't understand why people don't understand or know what starting Stune is and how they can come in here and try to dictate when my stream starts. You know? It's my stream. I get to do what I want with it. We can do this all stream. I can lie. I can just lie to you guys. I can just lie. I can just continuously lie to you guys, and there's no repercussions. You can't report me to the police over it. They're not going to arrest me. There's just, all bets are off. There's no real good... Wait, why is it... Oh, because the whole... Wait a minute. That needs to go there. Okay. So then where is... That's not part of that. Okay, so that's just my overlays. Waiting for seat to reach correct temperature. There's all kinds of factors that can go into that. No, there's a very good reason for having a start soon, and it's just because people aren't all immediately ready to go as soon as you start streaming, right? Oh, I need to pull that side of this thing in. You know, like if you wanna, you get a lot of people like, oh my God, what did I miss? And people like to, I don't know, I like to hang out with my, my peoples ahead of time. If I'm a little busy and I'm not paying attention to them and stuff. What the hell was that? Yeah, some murderer, I guess, or supposed innocent until proven guilty or something. Somebody wanted for murder, reported, he called the cops because McDonald's had cold fries or was out of fries. and the cops show up and arrest the hell out of the guy. What the hell is that? What a weird news cycle we're getting today, these days. I have some antiques sitting below me that we're going to look at, and then we'll probably boot up Fusion 360 and start looking at burn the subs, whether or not we can find the right driver board and get that into the model so that I can print out the back plating so we can do more of the hardware. We can actually get the hardware like squared away. Work. We got a lot of stuff to do, so yeah, I need to actually work on burn the subs. That's been something I pushed that like 3 weeks out from when I promised that we would be working on it. So once again, I'm allowed to lie. I'm not under any contract that keeps me working on burn the subs. It doesn't exist. The only thing that keeps me working on burn the subs is the drop in revenue. But you know, there's still the bin of laser stuff too that I want to go through. I am under the gun on that. For the laser stuff, going through that might be Thursday that we do that, because got kids coming, and but at the end of the month, so I may miss a couple streams at the end of the month, just because there's children here that are coming over. I'm emergency babysitting because apparently sports are more important than my time, so I get to take care of kids. It's they don't see this as a real job. They don't really see this as a real job, and so I am like, they just reschedule me. It's like, and if I put my foot down, I am a mega asshole. Like, I'm the worst person on earth for putting my foot down. So that's always fun. That's always fun with family. I think my seat's almost at optimal temperature. Did that change it everywhere? It did. It changed the position globally. Which the lower left isn't a bad position, but yeah, I guess it works on most of the scenes. It works. Okay, that one was a mute scene. That one mutes. Yes, gaming. Look at all the gaming that I'm doing right now. We may do Fashion Police on Saturday. I'm looking forward to that. Unfortunately, I can't jump on these games when they come out because everything comes out on Tuesday. That one actually came out on like a Monday, but I can't just like stream. I wasn't ready to stream. I look like I just woke up on my face. I don't know what it is about today. All right, we gathered some people. I think we're ready to go. How long have I been going so far? 40 minutes? 40 minutes is pretty good. I don't have much to talk about. I don't really have things to talk about. I'm not that cool of a person. Let me do the slow fade. Okay, that was actually supposed to be a slow fade, and when I clicked into the window, I hit pause. So get rid of start soon, because people have a fucking conniption fit when they see that thing. Why is start soon going, bother? What are you doing? Oh my god, streamer. It's not funny when you guys joke about it. It's not. You just need to be a little bit more creative about your jokes. A joke isn't coming in and just telling me why is start soon up. It's just being belligerent. Anyway, I'm very easily annoyable, you guys can tell. But that's just mainly because I've been hyperglycemic for like 3 days. 3 days of hyperglycemia, and I'm only just barely within range now. 180. I mean, the goal of this system is to get me to 110, and it seems to always back off when it even starts to approach moving my glucose level down to 110. I gave myself 10 units, and it barely moved my glucose level. And then, of course, I had some carbs. I think that might have been dinner. But later on, I just got so frustrated that I just said, hey, look, here's 8 units of insulin, you piece of shit. Look at this. Look, it's like, I'm faffing about. I'm trying to do stuff here. 5 units was the maximum. 5 units per hour was the maximum that it could put in, but it kept backing off. It's like, here, take 5 units per hour. Oh, I'm backing off. Here, take 5 units, backing off. Here, take a little bit, backing off. Let me, oh, no, never mind. Let me, oh, never mind. And it just kept backing off, and that wouldn't have any control. It kept thinking that because my glucose level went down like 1 or 2 or 3 points, that it was gonna crash. And it kept backing off and backing off and backing off and backing off and backing off. That's why it's so spotty. Why can't it just hold for a little bit and let my glucose levels drop? So anyway, I got pissed off and I gave 8 units of insulin, and that did absolutely fucking nothing for me. Absolutely fucking nothing. 8 units of insulin, no change at all. Oop. No change at all. Nothing. What the hell? So I woke up and I gave 10 units, and then almost did nothing. Had coffee at noon. Wait, that wasn't at noon, was it? No, I thought that was earlier. Oh man, I'm late today. It's just, you know, not having a good day. So I woke up late because I'm not having a good day. If you guys want to know what goes on behind the scenes, this is what goes on behind the scenes, is that I feel terrible because I have hyperglycemic for over 24 hours now. Ridiculous. So yeah, a little bit of settings tweaking. I did tweak the settings once. I need to look into what I need to do to tweak them again. I'm not eating today. I'm gonna have to do that a lot more often because of the sheer volume of insulin that it takes in order to change things health-wise. I'm using a lot of insulin, and I don't have a lot of these pods. I mean, I've got a lot of the pods, but they've got to last till October. These things one box should last, what is it? 10 days. And I am over halfway through a box, and it's been 3. So, yay. Look at me. I'm not allowed to eat anymore. Oh, God. Anyway, this is some of the reality that I'm facing of becoming a normal person and having a normal weight. I've had diabetes for many, many years, and I guess over time, having gained weight, I've built up a pretty substantial insulin resistance, which typically you just give more insulin to treat. But now that I am on a system that's going to require me to have kind of a normal response to insulin as well as a normal amount of insulin, I need to tighten up the bolts and I need to start losing the weight. So that's where we are. Anyway, I want to rummage today just a little bit, and then we'll get into Burn the Subs, which is the subscriber-powered laser etching board behind my back. Yeah, that's what we'll do. I want to rummage around just because I've had to. Over the break, I've been doing nothing but going through boxes and throwing out 3/4 of the things that I own in this world. Basically just throwing stuff out, projects that I never got to, things that are irrelevant, just stuff like that. It's just been that kind of thing. It's tough. I don't like doing this, but it is fun to rummage around in things and see what kind of weird kitsch that I have in my life. I've got on the table right now a lamp. And these aren't even, this is a little lamp that we saw last week. It's just still sitting on the table. I don't have anywhere to put it. There's nowhere to put this lamp. It's a big dusty lamp. Let's dust it off, and then let's get it off the bench, because I want to get stuff off the bench, and then I have a bin of like actual antiques that I want to look at real quick. I don't know what to do about them because there's no place for them. I don't have like a curio in the corner that I can put them on. I need like a shop glass case to put them in, right? Or like one of those display cases. I don't want to get more furniture though. What the hell? What are you talking? What? Complete life overhaul? Well, you mean in terms of the glucose level stuff, or in terms of getting rid of old stuff? It does feel like a lot of facets of my life are getting overhauls. By the way, this is the thing that I was talking about. The thing that AVIOM, that company that I worked for, makes. It's just a little mixer that plugs into a base station, and you get to give your own mix. You get to give your own mix to whatever you're listening to. I don't know if I really have any use for this thing, although maybe I could turn it into something, but this is a very specialized piece of equipment. This thing is, what it does is it takes analog audio off of an Ethernet cable. Now I say off of an Ethernet cable because it doesn't speak Ethernet. It speaks its own language. It uses the differential pairs of the Ethernet cable because it's a good comm cable that's cheap, right? So you can string these up to all the members of your band, and they can figure out their own damn mix instead of pinging the guy at the big mixer in the middle of the concert hall. So what that does is that gives everybody it gives everyone a delay, because obviously it's going digital to analog. Everybody gets a delay, but it's a consistent delay throughout whatever distance you're sending it. So if you are 5,000 feet away, you still hear everybody at a particular time, and you can cater. Oh boy. As my glucose level drops, by the way, what you guys didn't just see was me reverting my fingers, because what was happening is my muscles were cramping with my fingers like this, and I had to bring them back over. This is one of the things about being hyperglycemic for multiple days in a row, is that once you get back down to regular levels, you start getting that wonderful acid buildup in your muscles. So I'm gonna have to deal with that today. If I actually like push my muscles just a little bit, I'm gonna be in trouble. But yeah, the cool thing about this is that this eliminates, and this isn't the whole system. This is just what I have. Bought it on eBay. But this thing works with a base station, and so everybody would have one of these guys, and then the base station is where all their audio goes. So then you could cater your own little presets for each mix. Oh yeah, that master volume. There's one without a little thingy on it. What happens in like a rock concert is that everybody has their own personal monitors, and they're always pinging the guy at the mixer to raise and lower their mix. Actually, I think that one gets because pan changes per the preset. I think it's like that. There we go. So with the guy, like, let's say there's two musicians playing next to one another. One of them will request higher volume, and because their volume's now higher, their mix is now higher, somebody over here will say, hey, raise my volume. You go doot, 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 until it's just a mess. So if you have a personal linear monitor and one of these, you can make your own mix depending on the song that you're doing. I think the Saturday Night Live band used these for a little while. There's still some like dust in the recesses. Or if you're in a concert, you can do your own mix of everything so that you can keep your beat and stay consistent to the audio that you're getting. But yeah, it takes power in, it has a headphone output, and then it has something called A-net, which I guess is audio net. I don't even know if they're still doing this stuff. I don't know. You can find these on eBay, I guess. But yeah, cool little piece of equipment, cool little piece of audio equipment. I don't know if there's a lot that I can do with this. Like decode the audio or reverse engineer it. It works off of an FPGA. What they were trying to do is make an FPGA that would take analog audio channels in and then do all the Ethernet stuff out. So you would take in the analog audios and turn them into digital. I don't know exactly what they would expect on that end. And then you would put them into this FPGA that would then do all the Ethernet stuff. They were trying to make their chip like a standard. I don't know if they succeeded. I worked for them for a little bit, and then I was out of there. But that's a cool little piece of equipment. Mom painted sets for SNL. Oh, that's right. You have all that theater experience stuff. That's cool. I saw a set change. Somebody did filmed a set change for SNL, and it was pretty cool to see how many people is required to break down a set and then pop one back up in an instant for their little connector pieces, you know, where the star speaks to the audience. I remember that these were in a bin on a building that I was inspecting or something. I think they were in the way back of a hospital in like a bin. I think that was labeled elevator parts. So I guess all of those sick kids probably died because they didn't have the right bearing, but I have the bearing. Don't tell anybody, okay? Back when I had the architectural engineering job. That's a big bearing. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with this. I don't really know what to do with this. I'm gonna sneeze. Hold on. No, I'm not gonna sneeze. Am I gonna sneeze? No, it's passing. Okay, it passed. Whew. This stuff has been sitting in storage for a while, so this dust is like prevalent, and it's also very harmful. Hang out in the dungeon part of 30 Rock. New York buildings are scary, man. When you get into like the sub basements and stuff, man, New York buildings are scary. When I was in choir as a high schooler, we did some performances at a couple famous New York gigs, kind of places during the day for a day trip, and you get to see all the behind the scenes, and man, those buildings are rough. New York is rough, man. Behind the scenes, New York City, that is. New York State's fine. I don't know what I can do with a bearing the size of my face. I have a very small face. I'm like Charlie Kirk. I don't know what to do with a bearing the size of my face. I kind of want to throw this out because it is rusting. It seems like a waste, though. Like, what if I want to put a wheel on something? You know what I mean? Do you guys know are you guys as much pack rats as I am? I know some of you are. I don't know if the entirety of my audience is as much of a pack rat as I am, but like, it hurts me to throw something like this out. You know? You want to just like make a necklace out of it. Like, surely one day I'll be like, man, you know, I could use how big is this thing? Use a 1.5-inch bearing. I should sell this on eBay. The amount of money that I'll get for this thing is equal to the amount of time that I'll take selling it. You just hang out in the dungeon part. Oh, it might be worse. What might be? The elevator that's lacking this bearing now because the maintenance guy couldn't find it in the bin? All right, this goes in the garbage. These are the kind of snap decisions that I've been making. Solar panel inverter. Solar panel inverter. I still have the solar panel in the other room. So I don't think I want to get rid of this, but it's just, oh, you might be worse of a hoarder. Sorry, I misunderstood. Far be it from the streamer to misunderstand a chat message. I've never done that before. Yeah, I brought, so for Burning Man, because I'm, insulin pump and I have insulin that needs to be kept cool, instead of doing something where I keep it in a cooler with ice, which is smarter, I had this little coffin-looking thing that was a piezoelectric cooler. I wonder if that's still sold, because that thing is so ineffective. Piezoelectric cooler insulin. They got better ones now. Yeah. Probably about the same design, but lab freeze. I got mine off of Amazon. It's the biggest Chinesium thing. 1.5-inch bearing is $30. Well, it's not going to sell for that on eBay. What about a rusty one, right? All the boxes full of treasure in my storage room will be used. Yes. By somebody rummaging through their dead, whatever relation you are to them. This is storage space. Yeah, so these piezoelectric coolers, they just open up and they have a little thing that stores insulin pens or bottles and things like that. Clever, but piezoelectrics never work. They just don't work. Piezoelectrics are a prank from material engineers against electrical engineers. Because every electrical engineer is like, man, heat management is pretty cool. Maybe they say that unironically, but they go, man, I love heat management. It's great. I should do something with a piezoelectric element. And they go, holy shit, does that thing require a lot of current to really not do anything? That's kind of what this is all about. This thing right here is an exercise in that. Whereas just because, like, for instance, my Burning Man example, you're at a place where it is possible to get ice and keep a cooler with ice all day. So you're better off putting your insulin in a double sealed plastic bag in that cooler in some way, shape, or form, instead of keeping it in your hot tent where this thing will fruitlessly try to keep it below 1,000 degrees. Yeah, who's out here buying used bearings? That's the other thing, is as soon as it touches your hands, it's done. Yeah. It's like covered in rust spots too. So I'd only get $10 for it, or $1 at a yard sale. So I had something similar to this, and what I would do is I'd put the solar panel up on the top of my tent. It would get dust on it, and then it would stop operating. And then I'd have to brush off the solar panel. That solar panel is only really good for keeping your battery charged between seasons for your camper, you know? so whatever. Pointless. I fucking swear, if my glucose level doesn't get down to 110, I am going to fucking throw this whole phone system into the lake. Oh, look, it wants to give me no insulin. Sure, I'll approve that. I wish I could just tell it, like, bro, that's not going to do anything. Here's what it thinks is going to happen. And I wish I could display it on the screen for Night Scout, but I'll have to figure out if I can do that at all. But this is what it thinks is going to happen. This is what it thinks is going to happen. It seems to always think that instead of meandering at the hyperglycemia, I am going to magically not resist all of the insulin that I possibly can. It always has this sort of like hyper optimistic plan for what's going to happen to me next, which is just not what's going to happen. I don't know. Some setting that I need to like undo or redo or something like that. I'll have to look into it. I'll have to look into it later. All right, anyway, I can't throw this out, I guess. 7 amp max, 14 in, and then cut off. This is, okay, the label on this thing is kind of hilarious. This thing is so cheap. This thing is so cheap that they squished the graphic, and you can see that all the fonts and stuff here, if you look at the overall. Let me get you guys a little closer in. Ow. You can see the graphic is like, it's like squished. these are a little too squished. Everything's a little flat and wide. I don't know. One more shot and I'm cured. Ugh. All right. License plates. I got a lot of old license plates. Did you know that when they ask you to return your license plate, you don't have to? At least in Pennsylvania, to a degree. These have like rust crud all over them. I need to give them all a bath. 1956, Pennsylvania. So some of them are vintage. Some of them are as old as I am. Some of them are from the garage of my old house when I was a kid. Yeah, I think the 50s ones are from when I was a kid. Some of them are a little bit more modern. That was my Volvo 164. Well, let's back it out a little bit here. Some of them are in 2003. 2007. Technically, you're supposed to return these. 2009, no comment. 2003, another one. I want to make a thing that goes up on the wall with these. 2009. Ooh, that was from a Volvo. You can tell because it's all fucked up. Oh, wait, trailer. Oh, never mind. 1955 Pennsylvania plates, man. These are pretty cool. I'm older than any of those. Oh, no. Don't dox yourself. Ooh, don't dox yourself. Don't dox your age to the internet. We'll say we're just dust. Guess you didn't need a sticker on these, but yeah, they got the shape of Pennsylvania punched out in them. Pretty cool. 52. Oh my god. Oh my god. You're as old as my parents. All right. Anyway, that's the stack of license plates. So I want to put these up somewhere here, because I don't know. We moved into this house in the suburbs when I was like a 10-year-old, I think. I was 9 or 10-year-old. We moved out of the city, and the house that we moved into in the garage on the wall, they had a bunch of these plates, and so we've just kept going with it. Yeah, same with Pennsylvania. I don't think our plates are stamped anymore. I'm not sure though. As far back as 2003, they were at least. Yeah, this is the doofus car, DFS. Doofus. Anyway, These gotta go somewhere, and they're covered in shit because they've lived in a garage. So I gotta find a place for them, at least for now. Blue, yellow, black, white were very common colors for vintage plates. Oregon had very similar colors over the years. Every time Oregon is mentioned, I always think back to Jack Packard's of Red Letter Media's rant about Oregon, because you turn a light switch on, you don't turn it on. Pendleton, Oregon, but they'll get pissy with you. These Oregonians, Oregonians will get angry at you for not saying Oregon, like organs. But we spell organs differently. So what are they getting at, these Oregonians? I think they've been too far removed from sense. They unlearn you spelling out there in that Pacific Northwest. So much like just rust, crud, and dust. Ugh. I found this dustpan, and now it's my only dustpan. I don't know what happened to my other one. Got kicked under something or something. What else did I find? All kinds of weird shit. I don't know how long this is good. There's no expiration date on it. I found a little cottage house. This is from my grandmother's stuff. This is a New Hampshire, absolutely pure. New Hampshire, absolutely pure maple syrup. Oh, bother roadshow. It really is. Syrup. The edible absolutement pure. From True Value Hardware. This is $7. God, this would be like $15 nowadays. The Indians called it... What? Wait a minute, what? How the fuck? How do I pronounce that? They called it... Huh? Sinzibiquid. Sinzibiquid. What the fuck? What the fuck? How long do you think maple syrup is good for? Farmhouse. Jeez. Farmhouse maple syrup. That camera needs to be primed. Hold on. Let me just fix that real quick. Medium amber. Sinzi Buckwood. You made that up. Damn it. Stupid guessers. Wait, where's chat? Where are you guys? There you are. We don't have a background for you on this scene. Okay, hold on. Microscope, properties, frame rate. 30. Okay. That one doesn't need to go over 30. And then I need to do setup micro. I think the Node Red stuff is no longer like affecting frame rate for some reason. And so it's been harder for me to prime these cameras. That's a little better. The motion is a little bit less weird. Absolutely pure. Leaking a little bit from here. I don't know what that's all about. Maybe something spilled on it? Or maybe this isn't sealed. I don't know how long does maple syrup stay good? Like as a keepsake. This thing is heavy. There's maple syrup in this thing. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do about it. This thing, there's no date on it either. I didn't find a date. And oh wait, copyright 1994. I don't think this is from 1994 though. And there's no way to tell. There's no like printed date on it. This is predates. This is probably from the 90s. I mean, copyright 1994, you know? It's probably still good. Because I don't think they're in the business of putting a lot of preservatives into this kind of stuff. And like weird chemicals that are going to go off. It's probably just maple syrup pasteurized in a metal can. All right, I'm putting that aside, but I don't know. I don't really know what to do with it after today. I don't know if I want to put it in the keepsakes in order to, like, fucking go off. Drink it. Did I not just preface this whole discussion with the state of my diabetes? Ah! Maple syrup is a preservative because it's so high in sugar. It's like honey. I bent that just now. I'm just cleaning this off because it's got this pervasive fucking dust all over it. This stuff is pretty bad. I just want this to be a little cleaner. This thing was clean before it went into storage. I know Windex is a little bit harsh for this kind of thing, but your health is of no concern, streamer. I just want funny things to happen on camera. And that's it. That's all I'm in for. Otherwise, I am leaving. Man, I love that line in, oh crap, what was the movie called again? The one where they, have the like, wormhole jump, and it turns into horror. Oh man, you know, streaming will do that to you. Those little things that you remember, the specifics of it are just gone. They just get deleted from your brain as soon as the camera starts rolling. Event Horizon, yes. Oh man, my brain was starting to meander there, but it wasn't getting there. It was like I was getting stuck on contact. But yeah, Lawrence Fishburne, Event Horizon. As soon as he sees the fucked up tape, he's like, "We are leaving." Like, it's the best because that's what any sensible person would do. It's like, wow, this is fucked. We're out of here. I love it. I can't, for some reason, it's just been on my mind lately. It's just one of those things, one of those pop culture references that just pops into your brain and doesn't leave. It does not leaving. Can this even? It can. So can you please keep this thing from no, there's too much torque. Too much torque for this little tiny screw. Yeah. I mean, it's not a bad lamp. Maybe I'll put it in the bedroom or something. What do you think? You think the ladies will appreciate my Swedish electric conversion lamp? I think this thing is Swedish. Why is there still, like, okay, all right. I'm not getting out the polish, but I am going to try to get rid of, it looks dusty. It just looks dusty on the base. I know Windex is like the wrong stuff to be using on an antique, but I gotta get rid of the like sticky dust. I don't know what that stuff is. Yeah, a lot of my folks and my grandparents were big into antiques, and I think that's probably why I'm so into technology. I'm like, fuck this old shit. And like, I don't know, I don't feel like I'm missing anything by not being into antiques, but I do appreciate them. I don't hate them, but a lot of my childhood was spent waiting in the car while my parents like perused antique shops. All right, let's see, what do we got? What? Wait, huh? It's like for priming the wick or whatever. I think this is like a gas lamp. Primus number, this is not good engraving, number 96. Pry dash something muss. Dane, Sweden? So it is Swedish. It's got markings on it. All right, let's get this out of the way now that it's dusted off. I can find a home for that later. Yeah, I think maybe it is a camp stove. I mean, let's look it up. Primus number 96. Wait, is it Yeah, it is Primus. I'm gonna get all kinds of weird results for this. Primus number 96. What is it? Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. What's up, Wazoo? How you doing? Show enough. Uh-huh. am Swedish if it has some interesting text on it. Yeah, well, the location is weird. So it is an old camping stove that they keep in a little lunchbox. That one is shinier than mine. Etc., etc. How does it work? Show me how it... So it's like a cooking stove. It's not like a light. I guess that exposes the kerosene, and then that's your... Those are all your controls for it. And you got what I would assume is the burner. And then there's stuff that goes around the burner in order to move air across it. And I'm guessing that the pump there is to prime it, and then the hot air is going to continue the react. Oh, that thing's upside down. That piece is upside down. How do I get to that piece? To turn it around. Oh, we learned something today, that my lamp is configured incorrectly, and then I'm missing this part. I don't think that came with a lamp. Oh, Jesus Christ. This guy didn't rehearse at all. There's nowhere for the pin to go in. What are you doing? Okay, there. I think he figured it out. Uh-huh. There you go. Perfect. Probably should link the other section on it too, but... What? Is that upside down? Okay, what are we doing? Oh, he's just showing it off. Okay. What is that? Oh, it's just a hook. Oh, I see. So that's what holds up. Ah, that's what those things are. 3 things on the outside. And then you put the gas, the little cup of the gas in the thing. I guess that gets it started. How do you do that while camping? How do you, wait, do you have to pour the stuff in and then assemble the rest of the stove? So that gets, okay, he's putting his fingers right up in where the fire is. Bro, he lit the stove. Or no, did he just pass the torch by? I think he just passed the torch by. I see, you get this cute little tiny can of, you get to pour that in. That's adorable. Look at that thing. That is adorable. I don't have any of that stuff. I just have a lamp conversion. That's adorable. Look at that the little can of stuff. It's like a little fuel can. Syrup might work. Go fuck yourself. That's what you do. You go fuck yourself. What is this? Oh, is that like a starter? Nah. Well, I was probably talking over the video, but I just don't want to run into like a copyright strike. Well, now we know how it's configured. Yeah, so like you just pump. You start pumping. You get pump. You got to get your pump on. And then once you get all that airflow and possibly the heat, I guess, and the vacuum that it creates is going to pull more fuel up into the thing. That's my guess anyway. Cool stuff. Well, that's what that is. Now I understand what this lamp is all about. I understand you, lamp. I get you now. You were never supposed to be a lamp. You were supposed to provide us with heat to cook our beans while camping. And this piece right here should be upside down. I have nothing to do with it. I can't get it off of the rest of this thing, so whoever put this lamp together... Wait a minute. Oh, but there's going to be a cable. There's going to be a wire in it. So I can't flip it around. I have no way to flip this thing around and make it actually face the direction that it should. All right. I think there were bulbs in this. No, the bulbs were removed. Nope, that one wasn't. Uh-oh. I got to get a bulb out of here before we put this thing aside while we're still looking at it. I got to get that out of there. That was a glass. Piece of glass. Why is this thing crooked? Are the feet crooked, or is the post crooked? Looks all right. All right. So there's a couple ways you could do these. The dumbest of which is just to stick your finger into the glass and try to back it out. This is the dumbest way to do this, and you should never do this. Yeah, Tech Connections did that whole thing on storm lanterns, and I was this close to buying one, Because we used to have those at summer camp back in 1990, whatever. I know the year because I went through the pictures, the end of year book that they give you for that summer camp. But we used to have those lamps all over the place. I feel like just for the look of this place, I should just have one of them hanging up on the wall, but I never bought it, so. Looks too safe for an antique. Where's the radium or asbestos? Yeah, it's the tritium that they put all over it so you can see stuff in the dark. So they put tritium all over the lamp, and it's covered in asbestos. Yeah, broken bulbs. Gotta find new bulbs for this thing or something. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this, because it's not like I need lamps. I don't need decorative lamps. I don't own a house. This thing has seen the worst part of storage, so sort of gotta coax it back into shape. All these old-timey things are all meant to be pushed around a little bit, but they don't got a lot of give. How does that look? Crooked as shit. Buy a house to put it in. Well, you gotta say the most irritating thing all the time. All right, I think that's right. All right, so this goes somewhere. I don't know where. All right, I'm gonna put that like out of the shop so I don't have to look at it for a little bit, and we'll figure out what else we got going here before we can clean off the desk and we can get to burn the subs. We'll open up Fusion 360 in a little bit, but I gotta move some of the kitsch. Make room. Because the second a kid steps foot into the shop, they're gonna fucking explode, right? Something sharp is gonna fall on them, and they'll just detonate at that point. So I gotta prep this place for people that would potentially run in without looking around. There are pieces of metal that if they are disturbed, they will fall and break something glass. So I kind of realized that walking back in here. I miss you, Tascam. I saved this one from getting disposed of. I saved this one. I think TurboNad will be happy with me for saving it. This is my old CD DJ setup that I never ever actually ended up learning how to DJ on. But it's a neat control panel. It's a neat control panel. I kind of want to take it apart right now. Let's take it apart because I don't think it'll go back together. I don't think I'm putting this thing back together, but it would be nice to figure out. It would be nice to figure out let Darwin do its thing. No, these are my brother's kids. They're great. I want them to be around. I want them to be around. Also, I may have to prep this place for a puppy. We might be getting a puppy. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? People pushing it pretty hard. It's going to be their dog if they push it pretty hard. I'm reluctant just because of my whole health situation right now kind of taking over my life. Maybe taking the dog for walks will deal with my insulin resistance a little bit. Let's take this thing apart. I have nothing else to do with it. I might as well take it apart. I mean, this takes one plug in the back, 8 pins. It's an 8-pin plug. I don't have any more of the Tascam CDJ. This would be a cool thing, like if you could take over the displays and stuff and have it, have functions on the buttons and everything. But I don't have the time or the inclination to do that level of reverse engineering to it. Every shop needs a dog. The problem is I'm in a basement and dogs don't particularly enjoy basements. What they like to do is stay up. They like to sit in front of windows and stuff, So I don't really think the dog's ever going to be coming down here to say hi. I will, of course, force the issue if we do get a dog. I will have the dog down here for a stream or two, just for fun. Just to say, look, it's a dog. And then the dog will be exiled from the shop. Unless it wants to be down here, which it won't. Because it's a dog. Dogs like to go outside. It sucks. I've been a basement dweller for way too long. Most of this, because a place like this can only really exist below ground level or in a garage, and the garage is taken up with cars, so we get to exist below ground level. I hate it. I hate it. I wish I had the revenue to have like a, you know, like a warehouse space or something like that, like a small garage space somewhere that I could exist, that we could do the stream from. But that's not where the that's not it's not possible. There's not enough people who watch this kind of content. Every now and then I reach out to some new people and they hang out for a little bit, but if I could get all those new people at once, that would be great. I mean, I should technically be publishing YouTube videos because then people will watch. But, yeah. It was a buzz from my pocket. That's another change in... Yep, it's another change in... Oh, now you want to give me 30 minutes at a different level. Why don't you just... I'm very frustrated with the system right now. This is garbage. I need to get a garbage bag. Hold on, I need to get a garbage bag. We're gonna see how this thing works. Something happened to my CDJ when I was working with it. I was playing stuff and then it stopped. Sorry if there's any noise there. I was reaching down for something. It stopped working and I don't know why. I did a little troubleshooting and one of the CD units was the culprit. Because I could swap the motherboards, because it was like two separate devices, right? There was one rack mount thing that took two CD trays, right? And those were two separate devices. I was split up as two separate devices. Then there were the two controls that were also two separate devices. So I was able to mix and match all the stuff. Like I could pull open the main unit, and then I could swap the motherboards and stuff back and forth. And I did that. And I discovered that the main unit, the main CD unit, was the culprit, but I didn't know what to fix or how to fix. So this is in the early 2000s that I had this thing. I wonder when this is from. Let's start removing stuff because I'm going to want to salvage some of the circuit elements of this thing. Like for instance, whatever the encoder is right here. Yeah, what I really need is like a big lazy dog. Like a big lazy dog that's just gonna like sit in the big lazy dog bed and sleep while I do this kind of stuff. But it's gonna end up being a corgi, which is also awesome, but corgis are a little bit more energetic. But of the litter, I found the dopey looking one. So we're gonna see if the dopey looking one, I say dopey, but it's more like a teddy bear looking thing. We'll see what the personality's like when we meet them at some point. But I'm still really reluctant to get a dog. I know the lifestyle changes will be positive, but at the same time, are we going to be able to train a dog properly with the way things are? Answer's probably yes, but you know, I'm just reluctant. I'm reluctant. If I were living on my own, yeah, sure, I'd get a dog. But I don't know what kind of like bad training the other people that I live with would potentially give this poor thing. God, this is okay. Should have used a torquey or screwdriver. I need torque. All right, so yeah. What are we caught up in? Caught a light breeze. There we go. Oh my God. Look at how clean the inside of this thing is. Oh, never mind. Let's see, does that unplug? It looks like a plug, but I don't think it's a plug. Maybe it unplugs here. Yep, that was it. Ah, man, I love this stuff. Look at this. They got a VFD for the display. I got a 13-and-a-half-year-old Karen. Walks there a lot of him just standing there smelling the air. That's adorable. Yeah, I mean, we should foster like an ancient pup because they're cool. They're cool as hell. Old man dog, you know? Look at this thing. So this is a later VFD. That's got just like a lot of stuff going on for it. Oh man, like I don't know, I don't have the wherewithal to be reverse engineering this. We're gonna keep it. We're gonna keep it, and I'm gonna keep the ice cube buttons because those could lend themselves to another project. These guys right here, these are cool. The ice cube buttons. So the thing about these wonderful things is that they basically you just put the holes in the circuit board for the plastic, and you put an LED under it, and then when you push the button, it hits a tactile switch. So this whole thing, I could even put this on perforated prototyping board and have a fully illuminated square button. They're very useful. Wow, they had glass diodes on this thing. That's how old this is. But yeah, you just need to give it that clip footprint, and then you just put an LED and a tactile on it. And then you get this beautiful looking button. And I really should have saved all of the ones from the other one, from the other version of this, the other side. These are pretty cool. That's those. We've got a big version of that for play, pause, and cue. But really, all they do is just go all the way down to that thing, and then they're just lit up by a bunch of LEDs underneath. So I'm going to keep those. I'm definitely going to keep those. Yeah, you could do RGB before RGB doing that. Pre-RGB. Make sure to keep these all together. What year is this thing? 01. That stands to reason that this was a 2001 thing. What is driving? Open key. What is driving the LCD? Or sorry, the VFD. This fader is crunchy. That is a crunchy fader, but maybe at some point we'll pull it out of there and I can use it on something else. Do I still have the knob for it? Yes, I do. Keep everything together except for these unilluminated switches. The non-illuminated ones I don't care about. Can I get that glass? Is that glass? It's plastic. It's plastic. I could probably get it out of here, but it's not worth saving. I gotta let some stuff go, you know, chat? You gotta let some stuff go. Let's take a look. I will keep this circuit board, though. This will go in my derelict circuit board bin, because this VFD is, like, pretty cool. This thing is pretty cool. Let's be fair. These just want to fall out, don't they? All right, let's take a look on the other side. Well, actually, let's just do that. Let's do that. Why are they upside down? Why would you do this? These are probably like logic stuff or multiplexing stuff. Looks like we got a crystal here for the microcontroller on the other side. Let's go back over to here. Toshiba TD62302. TD62302. Toshiba. Was it 2302? Yeah, 2302, and there's no results. $2302, was it P? Oh, there we go. It thought I wanted a laptop. Integrated silicon monolithic TD blah, 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 low saturation sync driver. So that would be the thing that's taking the high voltage of the, no, 15 volts operating. VC saturation, 200 milliamps. One output diode clamp input register. Huh. I don't want to download it. I want to open it. I don't want it to be in any files. Yeah, I think this is what's driving the display, or at least the, you know, allowing current to flow through the sections of the display. But then again, we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 6 per. So that would be 12 things from these 2 drivers. So maybe not. I don't know what these are doing. Maybe they're powering other stuff. Strange. What's on the other side is probably going to be the actual display driver. I mean, this would be the chip that, where is it? Where's our stuff? There it is. That's probably a big old microcontroller. Sony CXP8. I'm going to type this. Hold on. That's another 2302? now it's 2002. Yeah, CXP8 2002. Sony. That narrows it down. CXP8 2002 data sheet. A manual came up. I wonder if it's like a different project or a different product. Sorry. Let's see here. By Sony Corporation. CMOS 8-bit single chip microcontroller. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. This is the thing that's doing all the coordination here. It's looking for all the button inputs, and it's driving all the LEDs, and it's driving the display. What do we have in here? Single chip, AD converter, interface, blah, 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 timer counter, fluorescent display. What? Fluorescent display. So it does it. This thing actually can drive the fluorescent panel. Okay. PWM output, getting neuropathy in my hands. That's fun. Sleep stop function, etc. Okay, so what that is, this is the LCD driver. That's why it's near the LCD. That's why all this stuff is connected to the top of it. But it's also a microcontroller, so it goes down on these rungs all the way down here, where it then distributes among all of this stuff, amogus all the stuff. So that's where it's getting, basically that one microcontroller is controlling everything on this panel, and it's getting analog value from this. So this thing is coming in here and here. That's going on to that. Oh boy, that's a hell of a thing to trace out. But yeah, basically this whole thing is just a big digital panel that's coordinated by this guy. And so whatever's going in and out on this plug, I don't know, some kind of a digital thing that they made up. There's a lot of lines on it too. Ah, wait a minute. No, it actually is using a Maxim chip, and we can actually figure out what the Maxim chip is saying. So this is where you would get into the reverse engineering of the protocol that's actually being used to control this thing if we had the base station. So wow, that Maxim chip's looking a little rough. Did they not get rid of flux when they did this? It's like half of it's like glued down. So Maxim makes a lot of like specialized, slightly more expensive ASICs. They're a pretty decent company for that kind of stuff. They do a lot of specialty things, but you are paying a premium for the ability to do that stuff. Look at what they did on the... They really needed to know where U604 was, huh? They didn't do a silk screen. So wait, is this one marked with an arrow? They've got pin number designations and like a negative sign just sitting over there. Yeah, it is. U601 with an arrow. That is really far away for a chip designation. Interesting. So they didn't have a silk screen, so they decided to just put it on the copper layer, the bottom copper layer, and then just put an arrow pointing over to where it needs to go. All right, so what's this chip? 232 Hui. Max 232. RS232. Is it still a thing? No longer manufactured. All right. Analog Devices. I don't know when Analog Devices got permission to make Max chips. Multi-channel RS232 driver. So it's speaking RS232. So that would make it pretty easy to reverse engineer. We just have to put it into the computer and see what the hex looks like. Now, keep in mind, I don't have the base station, so I probably wouldn't know. Although this thing might reach out for the base station, so it could be possible that you could reverse engineer some of it. I mean, if it's just dumbly spitting out TX and RX, or it's just dumbly spitting out TX, you might be able to push a button and see what part of the signal changes, and then signal and checksum changing. But you wouldn't know what the base station would communicate back to this thing. But maybe if you work with that packet, you could try to control it a little bit. It's not, I don't think it's MIDI. I don't think it's MIDI. Because it's a, I don't think so. Because it's like a display and a bunch of buttons, right? Yeah, the VFD controller is a microcontroller. Yeah, that's what's doing all the smart stuff. and then the smart stuff goes into this, and then this does the communication over the cable to the base station. But they could have come up with anything, any packet structure they want. So who knows how that works? It would be better if we could observe both ends, but we can't because I don't have the other piece of this. Threw it out. I threw it out. So it's pointless. We're not going to do a total reverse engineering takeover of this panel, even though it is a nice panel. I do want to get this encoder out of here, though. Which is easy enough, seeing as there's two giant screws on it. Some VFDs have a controller on board and serial input. Sony chip might be doing that. But we've got to coordinate like 1,000 buttons. This thing is all buttons. It's like 1 billion buttons on this thing. And they're all lit depending on what program you're into. There's a numeric display. It's just everything on this is controlled by that microcontroller. Oh, you mean like integrated into the VFD? I do not know. Where's all the power coming from for the VFD? I don't really see a power driver anywhere. How are we powering this VFD? Not a lot of caps sitting around. Maybe behind the VFD is a VFD controller, but there's not really... No, there's a couple through-hole things going on in the background here. So there could be the high voltage driver behind this, just in the under the glass. Yeah, this thing is running the entire... It's the only intelligent part on the whole thing. And then the Maxim is just the RS-232 converter for external communications. So we're all coordinated here, and then we've got a couple low-side drivers here. And I'm wondering if these are part of the VF... What are those connected to? Connected to there. These actually might have something to do with the multiplexing. These two chips up here, the two Toshiba low-side drivers. Q button isn't popping back up. These should be made to, like, slam. Because, yeah, if you're doing, like, a live show. These are cool, though. These button covers. I could potentially use them in something. You know, we can 3D print an enclosure around them and then have just a standoff distance and all that fun stuff. But, yeah, the main microcontroller is... It has a built-in fluorescent display driver, so that's the VFD. And then all the other stuff is being used to coordinate inputs, displays, one analog, and an encoder. An encoder. Let's get the encoder out of there. And I'll put all this stuff back together without the case over it and potentially find a job for it at a later date. This is a thick piece of metal. This thing is heavy. Be good to get rid of it. I know this is anathema to most of you people out there, but I gotta get rid of it. It just doesn't have a good job here, you know? I kept these for a long time thinking I'd do something with them because I was like, man, this is like a lot of buttons and an encoder, and I could control stuff with it. I could do some cool stuff with it. Yeah, I never did. It's been sitting since, you know, the year 2001. Well, 2002 is when I bought it. FK Productions might have remembered this thing. I was like, I'm gonna learn how to DJ, and then I put this thing aside forever. But I was like, hey, this could be a cool thing that I could control something. Nope, gone. I mean, I could. What? Yeah, as long as it's not a synthesizer, I would never get rid of. But a broken CD-302. What do these go for? We gotta know. We gotta know. We gotta know. We gotta know. Who uses CDs anymore? It's like $1. Oof. Untested. I don't want to know what I paid for this thing back in the day. It was back when $20 for the single control unit, $30, $350. Jeez. The base is 50. Rack mount Tascam CD-302. Oh my god. You can get like two MP3 players and a plug-in on your computer now and just auto DJ everything. This is like This is like back when you wanted to like match beats and do all that stuff. I wanted to learn how to do that, and I probably could now. I know a lot more than I did then, and I'm a lot less stupid. But yeah, this thing is gone. I mean, the little crystal buttons inside would almost be worth scooping up another one for $20, so I can make a big light up button panel just for fun. But yeah, yeah. Goodbye, 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 goodbye. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. I'm gonna keep I'm gonna keep this stuff, you know, because like a good VFD is quite a thing, and it would be fun to kind of drive one of these if it still works. Kind of sad that I didn't do this with the other one though. Break it down to the circuit board and then store it. Because now that when I looked at these buttons like a billion years ago, I was like, what am I gonna do with like buttons like this? Like I need to like get a standoff and have a cutout and a panel that's just square, a perfect square, and there's no way that I could make anything like that. I have a 3D printer now, as of 4 years ago, I think. And now it's like stuff like this is like great because it just uses a normal tactile switch and a 3mm LED. So I could make light up orange buttons on something. I can make it look really, really cool. Make a little MP3 player. Same with the thing that the other Lone Star sent in with the membrane buttons that light up too. Interestingly enough, if we were masochistic enough and I bought 2 of these, I could potentially use that thing that Lone Star sent in, that one rack unit thing, and we could try to make like an MP3 DJ setup out of it. Like a mutant MP3 DJ setup, which would be cool. I'm not willing to take on that kind of a project right now. We're trying to close the books, not open them up again. And my stupid project, my tendency to come up with weird projects to do is overpowering my ability to finish them. So we can't do anything about this. You could probably also print the buttons, which I have done illumination like this by printing. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right, actually. Because then all of the zigzagging would give that. The only problem is when 3D print goes up against 3D print, you don't have smooth plastic. And that's something that we got to look at. Not today, but we will look at that maybe this week. I don't know if I want to deal with chemicals on Friday, but we need to look at the MEK versus all the 3D prints that I did to try to seal them up for water. Okay, so this goes to derelict circuit board pile. Yet another entry in the derelict circuit board pile. Actually, put it there for now. And then this goes in the garbage. That would be a pretty cool little project enclosure too, if you wanted to like put your own stuff in the backing of this. You could do your own like, you know, generic VFD numerical display. And then your little BPM. All your labels would have to be removed. Okay. I'm not doing that. PCB purgatory, yeah. This enclosure's cool though. You know, if I was doing more weird sim setup stuff, I would probably keep it and try to do something with it, but wait. What was it was from today to October 18th. I'm like, the back of my mind, I want to do a calculation as to how many pods I need to use a day to get to October or whatever. No, I won't do that today. Okay, so that's that stuff. I have something special. We got a couple pieces of vintage electronics that have been sitting at my feet for a little bit. I want to look at those, and then we'll get to burn the subs, and then we'll look at burn the subs, and we'll start working on that again, which I think is mainly just going to involve bringing the control unit over here, and then we open up Fusion, and we're going to look for the board that's going to be the controller for that thing, because we have a different board as of, you know, recent, because Twisted Sister sent in the thing. A Bridgewater! Hey! No, you're... I got a Waze, like, alert. Hold on. Okay, everything's good there. Bridgewater, thank you for 24 months. Yeah, another distraction. No, I appreciate the 24 months. That goes a long way. It really does. All right, let's see what we got over here. You know, one day I'm going to want to have screws like this, and I will have thrown away my own weight in those kinds of screws. I'll be like, man, why don't I have any of those types of screws? This shit is heavy. This box right here, I do not know the origin of it. However, it contains some weird stuff. Some weird stuff. What is all this stuff? Well, I don't fucking know. So let's take a look at some of it. Let's see what we got and how damaged this stuff has been from storage. This has to be the brainchild of my brother. He had to have been responsible for this. Because I don't remember going out of my way to get anything like this. Whatever the hell this thing is. Here, let me just move the box and put the stuff out on the table. Oh my god, it smells like a fucking antique store. Oh, that's mold. Great. What am I gonna do with this stuff? These aren't just antiques, these are responsibility. And it's covered in mold. 1910 Inductorium. Oh my god, it's like melting broken wax. My eyes are starting to itch just seeing this thing. This probably doesn't rotate anymore. It's got a needle on it. I think this is like one of those. Oh no, there's a connection on either end. I think it's a magnet. Inductorium. It's the 32nd month of 2020. It's true. True, you haven't been subbed that long, huh? Oh, this is probably... It's not black mold, so it's not ultimately fucking gonna kill me, but it is pretty bad stuff. I don't really want to be breathing it in, you know? Just a slightly chemical cloth on this thing. Try to get all the mold out of here. Oh boy, I don't know what that is. It's probably asbestos. Asbestos. It's probably like a dead rat in the base. Base is like coming away too. Yeah, there's a dead rat in there. I don't want to use the brush on this because then it'll release it into the air. My entire house is made of black. I had a bathroom whose fan went out, and I never knew that there was even a fan in that bathroom. And I had been using it for years. And yeah, black mold. Delicious stuff. It gave me a chronic cough for a while. The doctor was like, I'm going to prescribe you a bunch of coughing medicines. And then I found the black mold and I removed it and I bleached the ever-loving hell out of it and the cough went away. Oh, this thing is nasty. Nasty, nasty. Nasty, nasty. Let's get rid of some of the dirt, love. God damn it. I can't get, like, under it. I need to, like, shimmy it under there. I think one year for Christmas, I asked for antique electronics, and I think my brother kind of ran with that and got me some weird shit. Ah! Strange noise. Is that thunder? Nah. The Flammenwerfer. Yes. Yes. There is only one way to go with this. Oh my god, I am covered in filth. This thing's kind of neat. I don't know what it is, but it's poking holes in my in my plastic desk protector. All right, let's see what a inductorium is. Where am I typing? Where am I typing? Whenever I don't know where I'm typing, I'm just putting in my password. And oh no. So it's a big inductor from 1910. There we go. There's our buddy. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's definitely going to help us. Let's okay, and then we'll use AI to clean it up a little bit. What's up, RYG? Secondary. There's a... Uh-oh. Vintage capacitors in the base. That's not good. That's not good. That's CFCs. They're dynamite. CFCs. It looks like those things should have pins on them that are missing. I think this thing is supposed to, like, spark. Yeah, there's like a spark gap. Wait a minute. I see a follow on my list that is somebody that's been part of this stream for a long time. I know you. Why are you following again? No, I don't announce follows because I don't call people out like that, even though I just did. Yeah, this is probably full of asbestos and CFCs and like Agent Orange and all kinds of fun stuff. Let's visit the page and see what they say about it. How big is this thing? How big is this thing? Notifications were broken, trying to fix it. Oh no, don't worry. You have to say nothing. Oh my god, is that what I'm gonna be able to do with this? If I can get this pile of dust working? That's kind of cool. Should we pivot and try to get that working? This thing from 1910? Type of transformer that produces high voltage pulses, which is really, really bad for RF. I am being kept alive by RF right now, so I'm a little bit reticent. I'm a little reluctant. This is probably the better word. Where am I supposed to use reticent? Yeah, that's not. I'm reluctant to go down this path. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. There was one time, so like everybody, you know, as the electrical engineer guy for probably a larger group of people. I don't know any other electrical engineers except for you guys, right? I don't know anybody else who's an electrical engineer. I don't know a single fucking one. I know one other engineer closely. So as the electrical person in that group, everybody seems to think that I am going to jump into high voltage stuff. High voltage stuff is, it's got a life of its own. High voltage stuff is very much electrical, but then at the same time, like, oh my god, there's all kinds of shit that can happen when you start messing with high voltage, because when you have a spark in open air, it's creating a lot of radio frequencies as well, because it is a change in voltage existing in space and all that fun stuff. There's magnetics, there's RF, there's all kinds of things that are happening when you get big sparks, in addition to the fact that it's affecting the power line that it's coming from in ways, and there's ways to isolate that kind of stuff, but I am just not, yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not messing with mains. I have messed with mains before, but yeah, arcing is like, for people that know what's going on, it's fucking scary. And then you have people like Electro Boom, who's the joke is the arcing, and it's like, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Because while it does play into what stupid people find funny, or I should say, people who don't know find funny, ha, spark, ha, ha, ha. I look at it and I go, oh my god, so much stuff had to fail for that to happen. At the same time, something like this is dangerous for me because I am powered by RF. The last time, when I bought my 3D printer, I got a little Tesla coil for $1 with it because it was like some deal. So I got the Tesla coil for $1. We put it together, we hooked it up, turned it on. My lights turned off. The lights for the shop desk turned off because those are controlled by a capacitive touch. My insulin pump at the time had a capacitive touch screen. I'm not messing with that stuff, right? I'm not messing with that stuff. Yeah, the car ignition, yeah, those hurt. I've been buzzed by those before. But like I have a Bluetooth low energy device, 2 Bluetooth low energy devices on my body that need to operate in order to operate me. Now, obviously, those aren't the end-all, be-all, see-all. I could do glucose levels with finger sticks, and then I could inject regular insulin if something really heinous happened to all that technology. But I just don't want to deal with that. So this is a spark gap creating device, and it's super vintage, and it probably has some deteriorating capacitors at the base. I don't know if I really want to mess with this thing. This whole thing is starting to like evaporate, and there's weird drippy clear stuff on one of the sides of it. So not a good scene. Inductorium. Produce high voltage pulses from a low voltage DC supply to create the flux changes necessary to induce voltage in the secondary coil. The direct current in the primary coil is repeatedly interrupted by a vibrating mechanical contact called an interrupter. So this is exactly how this thing works, on the exact same principles as a step-up voltage. It is a step-up voltage converter, but this is the physical manifestation of such. My phone is buzzing at me. It probably wants to change my basal rate to super high because it turned it low. You did this. I could have told you not to do this. I'm fucking smarter than this thing. Like, it keeps backing. This is fucking shit that it does. It's like, oh, I'm going to back off of giving you insulin right. Oh, wait, where's my cursor? How come you guys can't see my cursor? Oh, there it is. What the hell? That was weird. Anyway, right here, it's like, I'm going to back off of insulin supply. And I'm like, no, that's not a good idea. Don't do that. And then it's like, no, wait, no, I'm going to punch it up a lot. Once it updates to the cloud, you'll see that there's like a 4-unit thing that it changes to. It's like, I'm getting so pissed off at this thing. So anyway, this is the physical manifestation of a step-up voltage converter. When you put power through a coil, that power is converted into magnetic energy. And by the principles that you guys should have learned in the lecture that you had before mine, but I don't know what that professor's fucking doing. He's just went completely off the book, and he ranted about stuff for about an hour, which is just not good. You guys should know by now, though, but that when you have a changing magnetic field in the presence of a wire, it induces electrical energy. And so what happens is you load that coil up with power, and that power is going to then... I had double shopping before this. Look, you guys should have been paying attention during that lecture, and if not, get notes from somebody, because I am going to leave you guys in the dust this lecture. Anyways, so what happens is you put power through this, and it builds up a magnetic field. And you'll see the power coming out of the coil is going to ramp up until the full magnetic field is charged within that coil. So that coil, right-hand rule, going to create an electrical charge. When you interrupt power to that coil, you then have, no, it's the one with the 2 fingers. We're not three fingers is the reason there's noise. Why this thing makes why the solid state equivalent of this makes a lot of noise. But this thing makes probably a bunch of chattering. But when it cuts off power, you have a whole bunch of magnetic energy in the presence of a coil, and that magnetic energy starts to dissipate. And as it dissipates, it very quickly alters the presence of a magnetic field. It very quickly alters the amount of magnetic field in the presence of a coil. So what'll happen is you get a big spike in energy, and if you store that spike in energy in something like, I don't think it's storing it in the capacitor. I don't know what the circuit looks like, but that big spike of energy is enough energy to create a spark. And that's that. Magnets, how do they work? The polar spins and momentums of the electrons. Anyway, so yeah, here's the circuit. So power go in, power go out. You can't explain it. But what happens is your low voltage DC will then, it looks like it doesn't get reversed. It just gets cut off. So when enough of a magnetic field is present here, it'll pull basically the relay over and break the circuit. And I guess the capacitor is just in there for a bit of mitigation, so you don't spark away this thing too quickly. What does it do? Wait. That looks like it's a bypass, but I guess click, and then that. Yeah, weird. It's a weird little thing. But what it'll do is it'll chatter, and as it's chattering, it'll create enough voltage up there. The only problem is an open spark gap like that is no bueno in terms of RF in here. I will destroy every RF. All my lights will probably go crazy. I don't really want to mess with it. You could probably put a rare earth magnet near that too to make it like bend the spark gap around and stuff. While it would be very fun to play with, it might mess up all my cameras too. Because like you gotta realize what this thing is doing is when it's creating that spark is creating RF energy, and a spark gap is the original signal blocker. But as it's creating that RF is in the presence of many wires, and all of those wires of particular lengths. And if those lengths are a particular fraction of the RF that's being created, they will get interference. It's not an EMP bomb. The way an EMP bomb works is that the antenna, you have a piezoelectric element that gets the percussion of the explosion, and as the explosion propagates, it collapses an antenna that's changing shape. And so you get all that piezo voltage that's being created in an instant across a spread of different antenna sizes. That just buzzed again. Okay. I know a lot about various things. Yeah, so anyway, that's pretty crazy. This will tell you all you need to know about it, huh? All right, so I'm glad it's not a mercury interrupter. It's a shame it's not as clean as these, because this thing is in shit shape, and I don't know how I can resurrect it. I don't know what this thing is. This is in shit shape. What does it look like underneath? Oh boy. All the screws are missing. All right, let's take a look at the horrible chemicals that I'm going to expose myself to. I feel like I should be wearing a respirator for this. Can we resurrect this? That would be an interesting project. I don't know what I do about this. Whatever this cladding is over top of the coil. Because this stuff is like disgusting. Completely warped wood. We'd have to like restain everything. Walrus skin. Ugh. There's like a clear drippy thing coming off of it too, and I don't know what that is. Whatever dope they use to hold it down, I guess. Oh fuck. Fuck me. Oh boy. Moderately staining. Very much. They might still work. Quality condenser. Let's see if we can look this up somewhere. Stromberg Carlson Telephone Manufacturing. I threw out all those other capacitors that I had. I don't see any liquid around these, although this is stained. I don't see any liquid around these. These are old. No telling if they'd explode if I tried to use them. Form number 604. Oh my god. They've been inspected at least. Hold on. Trying to... You guys can see. Stromberg Carlson Telephone. There's one on eBay for $12. Okay. Get out of there. Safety. Oh, look, those are like the capacitors that copper was dealing with. Missing screw on the turning capacitor. Two capacitors. You replacing a paper capacitor is not electrolytic. Blah 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 blah. C9. No word about safety, huh? I don't care about the value. I just care about the safety. Changes of resistors and capacitors. Huh. I don't know about the safety of these things. Certainly, what is that? There's like a drip of stuff. Sometime between the 1910s and now, these things may have given up the ghost. So the operational ability of this actual device is probably under question. Not that I'm too broken up about it. Looks like somebody twisted this screw there and made all the scratches up here. I'm not too terribly broken up about it. Now I have that capaciting the capacitor measuring device that I could clip into this, but I don't know. I don't know about this, guys. I don't know about this. This thing kind of fucking scares me at this point. Why was this purchased? If it was my brother buying it for me, does he not like me? Does he want me dead? I think my brother wants me dead. I think that might be the conclusion. My brother wants to kill me. That may be what happened here. He may have just wanted to kill me. I wonder what low voltage DC entails. How many volts that I should be putting through this thing in order to excite it. Only a minor health and yeah, just a few little health and fire hazards. Like, we could build this thing today. I have parts that could possibly... The capacitors are gone. Today's garbage day, unfortunately. Garbage day? Today's garbage day, unfortunately, but if it wasn't, there would be potential for us to be able to physically build this. I could grab a relay. I could grab... Well, we wouldn't really necessarily need a relay. We could just build a physical manifestation of that. I could grab... I have magnet wire that I just found. So we could... And then, you know, all we need is like an iron bar to wrap it around. I don't understand how the wood warped like this. When all the weight was on the two ends. What a weird thing. I didn't know these existed. This is back when everybody was just playing with electricity. Like, yeah, what'll happen if we do this? So over here, oh my God, that's a lot of magnetic energy. If that's what we're talking about here. How does that get pushed? How does that happen? Oh no, you're supposed to, okay, so you adjust this, so you're just contact, and then it gets pulled away, and it does its little gappy thingy right there. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, I mean, I could build something that does this. That would be easy enough. Low voltage DC becomes high voltage spark gaps, huh? That's still connected. Yeah. Well, I would know how to fire this thing up, but boy, oh boy, is this a curiosity that's a little bit weird and out of touch. This would kill me. This would destroy me. So I can't run it. I can't run it unless I'm in a Faraday cage. And at the same time, I don't know what those capacitors are going to do. I could get a value off the capacitors and I could replicate this thing. Or we could fully refurbish this thing, really clean up all the stuff. All the wood is cracked and broken, probably from being in storage. Storage was probably the worst place to put this. That or it was already in this shape, you know, cracked and broken and warped. I don't know how you would get around that, unless you just pull it all apart, clean up the wood, put it all back together. I think that would probably be the way to go. Well, if we really want to do something with our hands, we could refurbish this thing at some point. Is that soldered or is that pressed? That's soldered at the top. So yeah, cleaning up all the brass, polishing it. Is this a metal? No, this is some kind of... It's not wood. I don't know what it is. Some kind of non-conductive thing. Maybe it is wood and we just can't see it. But yeah, give it a good sanding, give it a good stain. Someday we'll do that. For now, I don't have any open surfaces to put this on. It could go under the electrical helmet up in the corner of the shop. Think about that. All right, I'm gonna move this over to the other table just so it has a place to go. But yeah, this thing was the star of the show today. This is what I really wanted to show off because yeah, cool little thing from 1910. Unfortunately, it does not work with my current healthcare. I really don't want to kill myself today, you know? I just started using this stuff. I wonder what's under this crap. I wonder what size wire and coil that is. Because that, I mean, you either... I think it would drop in value if you... Well, this thing is already valueless. It's all broken. It's all broken and stuff. So maybe we should figure out how to refurbish that kind of thing. I should figure out what kind of wood it is. Because then I can get a panel of it. And I can make a new base plate. Do you sand antiques? I mean, no. But if it doesn't have any fucking value to it, then... Let's see if we can find one on eBay. eBay was probably where this thing originally came from anyway. Get rid of that paper towel because it's full of mold now. I mean, that is the kind of thing that you'd want to like polish up and refurbish like that, just to make it less than junk drawer. Inductorium. I don't know why you guys make me defend every single thing I say. It gets kind of irritating. No inductorium, and it's just taking inductor from what I typed in. I don't know if a lot of streamers have to defend literally everything that comes out of their mouth, you know? Every statement that I make, I gotta, like, defend. Let's see. Where's the show only sold items? Yeah, maybe German eBay would have it. Let's see. No, it's not that. That's the no. That's not correct. I put well, they're not all from 1910, you know. Wait, inductorium, you stupid search thing? Jeez, my word is law. At least in terms of searching on eBay. Get nothing. Inductorium, it was literally written on the thing. Well, if their listings went back far enough, we'd probably be able to see. I mean, if we make the new search... No, that just does that. So ebay.da. Well, still doesn't have anything. It has just one little thing. Where the hell did this thing come from? Well, yeah, we'll find it in a generic Google search. Maybe we'll find a price on it. Yeah, it wants micro Henrys. Webster's Medical. Shopping. I'm shopping for an inductorium. It has to have another name. Large induction heater. Of course. eBay and Spark Gap. Ah, yes. An actual Spark Gap switch tube. Yeah. I think everybody's had experience with one of these things, right? Time traveler, yeah. It might be. It might be. I mean, eBay was different back in the day, you know? eBay was different. Everybody and their dog had stuff listed on here, but then Facebook Marketplace killed it for us. And I am so staunch in my refusal to use Facebook that I think I miss out on stuff. I think that's where my buddy St. Wiggly comes up with a lot of stuff. He goes on Facebook Marketplace for the free stuff, and that's why I have an electric scooter that we need to fix. So here's one for $50, and it's in shit shape. But it's a 1920s model. I don't even know where the inductorium is supposed to go. Induction coil spark gap? Question mark. Where's the similar items? Not everybody knows to put the German label on it, you know? For inductorium. Nah, there's nothing great on here listed. I mean, it's not worth much. It'll be cooler if, oh. Hold on. William B. Ducktold Type 2 Spark Gap. So similar thing, similar vintage, also covered in cigarette soot. What is going on in this thing? It's a Type 2, so I guess that works a little differently, huh? We've got like 2 coils. It looks like it's a toroidal and then a like one of these inline kind of deals. Weird. Type 2 spark gap. Let's look it up. No. All spark plug results. What does Type 2 mean? Did this try to search for something else? No. Okay. I hate it when it does that because we're looking at like weird stuff, and it'll be like, "Oh, did you mean automotive spark plug?" It's like, no, I did not. Please be a little bit. I mean, I guess we could do verbatim, and we don't get 10,000 ads for spark plugs. That's the trick with Google nowadays, is that they don't really do a verbatim search anymore. Yeah, minus auto might be another good way to do it. 420 volt voltaic system. Oh, that's not. William B. Duck. That's the eBay we were just at. Diverter Type 2. 3D models. What's it's a industrial stuff. Weird. There's like one bird chirping outside, and it's very loud. The weather's great right now, but these are like the beginning of the season tweets. Simple spark gap transmitter from 1917 boys hobby book. All right. So inductor coil, spark gap, Leyden jars as the capacitor, and then a coil to tune the radio frequency. Oh my God. To aerial to ground. Oh my God. They were teaching children how to pull a what's the movie that had a spark gap in it? The 70s movie with a spark gap? I think it was the something or other job, whichever movie that was. I think in the original one they used a spark gap. Yeah, the FCC would have a little bit of a problem with me running something like that. I love how they use Leyden jars though instead of capacitors. So what we have is most of that system just minus a tuning coil and an antenna. If I added a tuning coil and an antenna, they would not be very happy with me. That's for damn sure. I don't know how many volts this thing would even be operating on. Probably a lot of current though. So a few hundred kilowatts. I mean, this is not how Tesla coils work. This is not how a Tesla coil works. I don't think. No, it is. It is how a Tesla coil works. Only we're switching with solid state instead of, and in this case, they have a telegraph key on this thing, the thing that I just put away. The sparks are controlled by a relay that's set off by the magnetic field in the inductor. It's gapped by the inductor, basically. Or, well, broken. It's interrupted by it. Yeah, that's also what the Tesla coil is doing. Yeah, but they actually have the vibrator in this case would be a solid state device in a Tesla coil. And once again, I am not messing with this stuff. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. Look, I just ate. It's something I ate. Excuse me. Oh Jesus. Anyway, yeah. So this just blasts. This just blasts like tons of frequencies out, and it just like interrupts everything. Bad news bears for me because I get arrested. All right. I don't peak humor. Yeah, like that's the okay. I don't think you know the type of stuff we have around here. I don't know what the hell Type 2 means. I don't know if they're using a magnetic field in order to like do something differently with whatever's doing the vibrating in this thing. Because I see a toroidal and then I see a linear thing, and then there's not a ton of adjustment. I mean, right there, that looks like but that looks like a voltage hookup. I got the hookup. I don't know what that's doing. Cool. Well, that's a new technology that I didn't know existed. I don't know what happened when I don't even remember my brother giving me this stuff. Homemade 40-watt spark gap Tesla coil with 3 to 4 inch sparks. $500? Could I be just wrapping? I could make that today. Sell it to somebody who'll kill themselves by accident in Minecraft. Satire. None of this is real. It's all satire. I would not expect anybody that I would be able to sell stuff like this to use it responsibly. Hook it up to their balls or something like that. That's true. 1920s marketing was off the chain. Do they sell little things to help you gap your spark plugs now? What does that even do? Back in my day, you hit it with a hammer. Type 1 and type 2, so you judge diabetics. I can't even imagine the kind of mindset that would lead somebody like a type 1 diabetic to judge a type 2 diabetic in any way whatsoever. That, like, I mean, Jesus Christ, it's like same team, bro. Like, I can't even imagine. There was a tweet that somebody had recently, one of these diabetics, and following more filthy, disgusting diabetics lately on Twitter just to see, you know, what the zeitgeist is and, you know, what these people are up to. And they're up to no good. They're doing crimes against diabetes. No, what they're doing, like one person had a lot of complaints, and I relate to like almost every one, but one of the complaints that I saw was that like type 1 diabetics hating on type 2 diabetics, and it's like, what the fuck? I've never ever heard of that before in my entire life, by the way. And I've had diabetes for 26 years, and I've been off and on communications with other diabetics, but it's like, what the hell is going on in the brain of somebody who would, you know, judge a type 2 diabetic as a type 1? That just blows my fucking mind. That's like that's the lowest you can go. That's the lowest you can go. So yeah, this doesn't, like, this device, the spark gap that I have, does not look like a mad science device. So it doesn't go for as much on eBay, huh? That's what happens if you spend enough time on Twitter. Now that's true. I barely involve myself with Twitter. I try to stay off of it, but at the same time, try to also stay off Reddit. And lately, because of the technology change over here on my diabetes management, I have had time just not doing anything. So I need to pick up and start working on some of these projects in the background to fill my time, because otherwise I'm going to be on social media, and that's not a good scene. You get a headache after too much of that stuff. All right, let's move on to the next thing. So we know what that spark gap is, and we know that it's like the most dangerous thing, but maybe at some point we can take to actually refurbishing it, and I can sand it down, find a new base plate, wooden base plate for it. We can get some of the vintage wood screws out of the back of the shop, and I can pull that thing apart and actually get rid of some of probably the pretty dangerous chemicals in there. I don't know how we could vet out to see whether or not the capacitors are really dangerous or just very dangerous, because they're vintage capacitors, and I'm not sure if they were filled with liquid at any point in time. We can't really find a lot of information on them. That'll be the next challenge, is to figure out what kind of capacitors we got in a thing. And then get it to using early automobiles. Could you imagine if this was the part in your car? It was a little clicky relay thing with a wooden box attached to it that made your flat top 4-cylinder engine work. Stick it on eBay and let somebody else's shelf look after it. That's true, and I don't have a good eBay account. I haven't sold a lot of stuff traditionally. But if my brother gave it to me, I kind of want to like get it refurbished. You know, get it to like look nice and everything kind of shines a little bit. Fiber tube. I don't know about that. I don't know what kind of material we could wrap it in order to you know, produce that kind of a coil again. Ugh. that's a challenge in and of itself. That would be a fun, I mean, that's like a weekend project. That's not like a long project. That would take like a week maybe for us to do, to get it back into this kind of shape. We would just need to find some kind of like a doped paper that we could wrap the coil in with everything else so that it would look like the real deal. That's the better one right there. I could build this. No, I don't have those capacitors anymore. If I could find the capacitors, I could build this today. In fact, one of the other rummage bins that I wanted to go through really quick. Here, let me go get the rummage bin. Rummaging, rummaging, rummaging. Unearthing all of the ancient dust that exists in this world. This one right here. I just need to distribute its contents real quick with you guys. All this bullshit. Yeah, all the wonderful asbestos, all the asbestos we could stomach. So, if you're wondering what powered the fire cannon, that would be this tube right here. This is the tube. What I did not put a proper clamp on. By the way, if you're going to do anything with propane and sending it from place to place, you got to be real careful about how you're clamping on the tubes, because you should not use worm clamps on propane. It's very, very bad. You end up, it ends up eating away. And look at the rubber's being eaten away right now. But the tube clamp is a bad idea. You need to have one of those clamps that just has the, what do you call it? One of the ones that just clamps evenly on the whole hose. Oh boy. I want to get rid of the greasy tube. Because yeah, this is what powered the little pilot light. And so there was a, whatever this thing is, this is off of the regulated. So this is already regulated air. And then this thing makes sure that it's gas. And then you have the needle valve here where you can control the amount of propane coming out of the pilot light over there. So there's always a pilot light sitting in the presence of the tube. And when you hit the button and turn on the solenoid, it would dump a bunch of gaseous propane all over everything. Yeah! Oh, God damn. What the fuck? Come on, man. Just give me the end of the hose. I don't want to touch that part of the hose because it's gross. There we go. That goes in the garbage. I throw that at marine life. All right, that's garbage. I don't know about this. I guess I'm going to keep this part and just put it with the rest of it. Yeah, Oatmeal Man was dealing with a popcorn ceiling recently. And he doesn't have a respirator mask. He has a full goddamn gas mask that he's wearing. Tire shine. I'll go with the car stuff. I go put that over there. GTX high mileage Castrol synth blend. That's not really going to go into any of the cars that I have. I have oil for my car, so I think this lives in a bucket around here. Castrol GTX synth blend. I'll use this with a milling machine. That's where that goes. I need a special place for it. I'll just put it nearby right now. WD-40. Never have I seen such a useless chemical. Is there still pressure on this? Yes, there is. All right, so that goes with the milling machine. WD-40. Water displacement. This is not meant to lubricate because this stuff just goes away, right? My GTX 1060 needs to... What if we put oil in the water cooling setup for that? No. WD-40 is water displacement. You guys have heard me rant about this before. If something is stuck, if the grease in it is seized, you need to put grease in it. You can't use this stuff because it'll push whatever remaining viscous grease is in there out, and then you will end up with it fully seized and broken. It's just not very, very temporarily. I would advocate it, but it is not. It's not white lithium grease. It's not 3-in-1 oil. It's a very bad idea to be using this stuff for those kinds of applications. And then, well, no, it doesn't leave a sticky mess. This stuff dries up. It goes away because this is meant to be sprayed on tools that have been rained on. That's what it's for. Your metal tools or your metal that gets rain on it, spray with a little bit of this stuff. It dries up, leaves you with a tool that doesn't rust or isn't rusted, displaces the water. That's what this stuff is for. Now, there are other applications for it. The only other one that I would advocate is to keep aluminum from sticking to your end mill. So this goes with the milling machine. Yeah, de-icing a lock. I mean, I guess that's displacing the water, huh? Yeah, works pretty good as a spray that doesn't have a totally offensive smell. It is good for working on aluminum. Giant Heim joints that were going to go in the Porsche car, the 944 LS1 project. I was figuring out how to attach the end links for steering. And so I bought giant Heim joints. I do not have an application for these, but I just can't throw them out. I just can't throw them out. So these will just go somewhere. I don't even know where. I don't even know where. I don't have a hardware bin that's this big. These are like enormous. You know, these can hold like thousands of pounds. Yeah, the engine on the 944 was an interference engine. So the one that I bought, I ended up buying for less than $1,000 from some kid in Delaware who suspiciously had a telephone pole-sized dent in the rear quarter panel. He might have been drifting his 944, and maybe, just maybe, that was when the timing belt decided to give up. As an interference engine, it means the pistons, going up and down at an alarming rate, are sharing space with the valves. The 944 is an Audi motor that traditionally had a rubber timing belt. And that's a problem in an interference engine, because right off the lot, you buy a 944, probably needs a timing belt change as soon as you pull away on the fucking thing. So you can find, and it pains me every day, you can find 944s with blown engines that have completely destroyed engines. And then you can swap out that engine for something like a Chevy V8 that runs broken longer than most engines run, and you don't really disturb the 50-50 weight ratio on the thing. Of course, then your rear axles become the fuse in that mechanical system. But for a while, I had the 944, and I was working on it, and I was getting it done, and I basically got most of the mechanical stuff sorted out, and then I ran out of space and sold the car. So here I am, clutching the Heim joints as if there's something special, unable to throw them out, completely paralyzed by my own inaction. I don't have garage space, but there's one in Kentucky on eBay that's like $1,100, and oh boy, is that tempting. But I don't have the money for it right now. I need like $2,000, you know, $1,000 to put into the engine and parts, and then $1,100 to put into the frame of the car. And I could do it. I could do it again, but you know, you need to buy headers and all that fun stuff. So unfortunately, it's not a project that we can do on this stream. I don't have benefactors that'll buy me 2 years of storage space and all the parts. I would love it, man, because it's a bit of a hatchback. And hatchbacks have their utilities. New incognito window. Schaeffler Auto Group. Oh, did they actually change the... Because AG for Auto Group, I think they changed to Schaeffler, because it used to be... It's an acronym. It's an acronym, and the Germans didn't realize for decades and decades what they've done. 2K, I like lying to myself too. You shut it. Yeah, these are the wheel bearings for the Porsche. I can't say anything about them. It's Fish something. Oh, AG is Actengelschaft. Actengelschaft. Shaft. Acting Engel. I apologize to all the Germans in the audience. I do have a contingency of Germans that watch this show, and I have just murdered your language. I do apologize. $2,005 notes. Man, you know, if I was making that tomato money, but I'm not.
and that's fine. Yeah, these are wheel bearings. They're pretty cool. I don't know. This is a good company. They make good parts. They just, boy, oh boy, are they a little tone deaf on the acronym there, guys. I don't know if they've changed it, because apparently S is the first one in their thing now. But yeah, deep groove ball bearings. These would be the ones I'd use instead of the elevator shaft ones, but these are for the rear wheels of the 944, and they've just stuck around, and they will continue to stick around. I'll keep them. I don't know what I'll do with them, but I'll keep them. And put them in the background of every shop so that people are like, what the fuck? Big Tourbillon. You are obsessed. I don't have a cure for you. I don't know where to put these. Over there for now. Having mechanical parts. Do I need a vacuum distribution block? 016 of the 944 had some bearings in it with some very questionable names. Yeah. Still bought bearings with those on the bottom. Yeah, I don't know how old those packages are. But I mean, according to what I just Googled in an incognito window, they well, yeah, they're still at it, aren't they? Even though they're called Scheifler for central locking. I bought it as a separate thing. It's a vacuum distribution thing. I don't know what you would do with it in your car. Golden Eagle. Eagle! I don't have any use for this. Also, it's... What the fuck? What is going on there? Why is that blocked off? Do I want to know what's going on in this? I don't know if I wanted to do like a distribution of something. I don't know what I wanted to do with this. Make it into a water cooling thing. It's a little much for water cooling. You'd also need another one. Unless you block off the center. Water distribution for lasers. No, no, no. It's too big. It's too bulky. Yeah, the only way I would really utilize, if you put like a block in the middle, but yeah, it does not spark joy. Garbage. Clunk. Garbage is getting a little crunchy. One aeronautical fitting. Gone. I don't got time to bleed. Big washers we can keep. Whew. Another one of those. Another box is gone. This is what I was talking about in terms of making another inductor. This is about the size of wire that's on there. So if we want to refurbish that inductor, I could probably get rid of all the old coil and coil it up with this stuff. This I was going to use to make a very large 3-phase electric motor in order to power a Burning Man vehicle. I bought a generator from a motorcycle, and I was rewrapping it with this. Yeah, box after box. We got to get rid of them. Here's some of the stuff that was left over from that vintage stuff, and one of them is this guy right here. This thing is pretty cool. I don't know if you guys have been eyeing this thing in the background, but I have. This thing is pretty cool. This is a little AC voltmeter. What year? VO Legolas. Well, I guess Legolas had a little a brief stint into electrical engineering. Shop 601. Oh boy, this thing is... Well, I like antiques like this because you don't have to worry too much about keeping them clean and original. They've kind of been working things throughout their life. So I'm going to give this thing a brush off. See if I can clean it up a little bit. Oh my God. Oh, no, never mind. I've ruined it. Pushed in the glass. I'm going to have to fix that in a minute. Yeah, this thing needs a full refurb. But yeah, volts AC, huh? The seal just gave up when I touched it. But yeah, this has got like handwriting from the 1980s on it and stuff, so. Ugh. No way that isn't giving us all cancer. Maybe. This type of thing can be taken apart, and we'll do that. I want to get into this thing and really like take a look at what's inside of it. I don't even know what the fuck that thing is, but I can't get to behind these things. I need like I need Q-tips. Well, that's a brand. I've got these things that are like an environmental scourge, but I'm trying to use up these plastic Q-tips. Whoever invented these things should be, I don't know, something violent. Something violent, because like Q-tips are made out of paper products, right? Paper products are made out of trees. Trees grow and capture carbon. These are made out of dinosaur shit. I hate them. Cotton Schwab. What did you just fucking call me? Just call me Cotton Swab? Fucking rude. Oh god, the generational grime that's coming up on this thing. Like, ugh. Generations of grime. Yeah, this one, I mean, this one's an actual old analog dial. Pretty cool. We got to get to the other side of this glass, though. That's the problem right now. It's because the seal on the glass gave up almost immediately, and I don't want it to be permanently collapsed. I don't really want the environment getting in there either. I didn't expect it to give up the ghost so easily. And I do have some adhesive stuff that we could pull up on this thing with. That'd be one way to go about it. I do want to take a look at the mechanism, though, because I think that would be cool. Yeah, there's still a lot of crud on the glass. But what we can do... Oh, wait a minute. I don't want to get rid of the marker. Yeah, I think it is Bakelite. And I think that's what that top bar is, too, on the other one. I feel like somebody put their name on this. Like a wax pen. And I don't think that opens it up. I think these three open it up. So let's look at those. Yeah, brass on the back. Yeah, maybe an installer. This looks like lab equipment, though. I don't know if I need to remove them or just loosen them. This is the stuff that I really wanted to look at today. 50s and 60s. What are you talking about? Hey, I saw a wonderful GIF, and I think Pyro posted it. I wanted to post it on the Discord, but it was in a format that I didn't want to mess with. But there was a Toyota from the 90s. This guy doing a GIF of, or a little video of all of how well built it was, and it was pretty goddamn nice. So, you know, that wasn't built in America, but whatever. Whatever. Stuff is still well made. You just gotta find it. I felt like a little movement. No, I gotta remove them fully. I gotta remove them fully. They're like pins. Okay, or not. Give me a screw. It's not giving it to me. It's not giving it to me at all. Oh, that one fell out. There's this other one. These are some weird screws. Heard that before. I know. I just don't, these tech bro cynicism. That's what I've heard it referred to as. Tech bro cynicism. I don't like tech bro cynicism. We see a lot of it. Can I get the whole glass out clean? Looks like that's held on, if not pressed on. I want to get the glass out separate just to clean it off, but... No, that's pressed on. Okay, so the glass is pressed on. That's annoying. But at least I can get a finger behind it so I can support it while actually cleaning it. Just gotta be careful not to, like, break it. It does feel like it would be the first thing to break, since it's pressed. There's like a little plastic piece down here that's pressed in, holding the glass. So you push on the top, and it just goes whoop, and then that crunch cracks the whole bottom of the glass. So I gotta be careful. You have to be careful. But I have the power of anime and Windex on my side. I smudged that up with my fingerprints. I don't know if this, I don't know if this thing was ever opened. I don't think we're the first people to open this thing up, to be honest. I just need to get all the little stuff out of it. Oh, and I'm buzzing again. Hold on. Yeah, that's not as clean as it could be. You guys remember what it's like for me to clean a screen. Now it wants to go to 2.2, huh? Dude. Come on, bud. Pull up the menu. Pull up the menu. Pull up the menu. Pull up the menu. Pull up the menu, please. Please allow me to accept this. Let me accept it. There we go. I have to accept all the program changes on this thing, which is really irritating because they can come in as little time as 5 minutes. Careful. Neato. We can't see any of this stuff. There's some kind of a, oh god, some kind of a horrible substance between the two layers. And the front faceplate is just stuck on there. Oh, that's wild. There's like a massive scratch that goes in this direction. What is that about? Somebody scratched the shit out of this thing? Here, take a look on the microscope. My dad started calling the refrigerator the refridge. And I'm like, why would you shorten that like that? And so I've been very much against shortening things. So when I said the micro, it sent a pain it sent a shooting pain through my body, and I seized up for a little bit. It looks like the end stop, that's not a scratch. The end stop is an adjustment. So you can adjust where 0 is by moving this screw back and forth, and then that just moves that end stop into the path of the needle. That is cool. So here I can adjust this very carefully, mind you. I gotta put another finger on here in order to make sure that that I'm not gonna like slip and actually scratch the thing. All right, so I can't adjust it as much as I'd like, but that gets us a decent 0. I don't really have an AC source. Tongue angle? What? What? What does it even mean? What? So this is the thing that the front glass adjusts. The front glass moves this back and forth and gives you your initial 0. Newark, New Jersey. Oh, stream's over. Man, remember when Newark was like cool and it like made stuff? I don't, because none of us were alive. None of you. None of you were alive. Nobody remembers that. Get out of here. Get off of my lawn. There's some cool mechanism down there. Probably coils that move around, and we can investigate that in a minute. I should put a little bit of silicone in order to hold the glass up. I'm not going to do that because I think what I want to do is unpress that little adjustment screw and really clean the glass off, make it nice and pristine. And then I got to align this piece. God, I'm easy. Brick City, baby. It's brotherly love. That's what my normal ribbing is of New Jersey. Brotherly love. Us northeastern cities we gotta look out for one another. We're all we got. We're all we got in this world. In this cruel world. I need like microfiber cloth in order to get this without all the little dusties. All the little huggies. Actually, I think I'm doing a pretty good job, to be honest. There's a little bit of schmutz areas, like over here. There's a little bit of schmutz right there. At the bottom, we can do a little bit of buffing. We did this with the GameCube, or sorry, the Game Boy Advance screen, and I think chat was about to fucking riot. They were so bored of watching me chase down little smudges via reflection. All right, that's not perfect. I'm going to leave it there. That should fit back over the top of this thing. And I got to be careful not to collapse the glass, because whatever's holding the glass on previously can't even stand up to gravity. So I don't know how much I want to like keep this, preserve that. Is it engaged in the thing? No, it's not. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I don't even know if my holes are gonna, no, they don't. They're like over here. Where is the alignment of these things? Hold on. I gotta align all of my holes. I think that's there. So as long as that's engaged, it's not. There's the alignment. Is it? Okay, hold on. There's a little pin down there, and I have to put it on that little hook. So hot glue rots after a particular amount of time. It's what's happening to all the props that they've sold from like the Star Trek sets and stuff, is that the hot glue just deteriorates over time. It's a great material if you have to, hot glue is great if you have to whip up a set in like a day, but analog memory usage meter. I need to use HW info for that, right? And I have a different gauge. I have that that other gauge that I'd like to use in that. This is an antique. This is a nice little antique. So, and I need to come back and actually attach the screen. Fine for about 20 years, really? Yeah, all those old props, like the foam is deteriorating on them, and so you get like cracks, paint cracks over foam. We're looking through, Cecilia, you missed it earlier. We're looking through some old stuff that I just had in storage, and one of them was an inductorium from 1910. Pretty cool, and I'm considering whether or not we want to do some antique refurbishing, because I've got all the stuff that I would need in order to refurbish that and bring it up to modern standard. It's been sitting in storage so long, and the things aren't worth all that much. The wood is all cracked and broken, so it's one of those things that, like, I don't feel like I would be violating history too hard if I refurbished it fully. But it's in a state right now, and I don't know what kind of dangerous chemicals are around it. We did not power it up. That's not a thing that I want to power up in the presence of all of the RF devices that all the RF devices that I wear on my body. I forgot to watch the VODs and type something. Yeah, that's fine. Totally fine. Bonk. Yeah, what I need to do is get the glass out of here, unpress this piece, get the glass out of there, scrape out whatever sealant it had around here, and then do just like a silicone in a syringe to seal it back up. Actually, we probably should do that right now. Let's be honest. Are you guys willing to tolerate that? Well, you don't have a choice. It's my stream. We might not get to burn the subs today. 7 more years and it'll be 100 years old. That's the not this. This isn't from 1910. I don't know what year this is from. This thing was probably in service until 1960, to be honest, but I think I can press on this right here. Or not. I want to be careful with it. Definitely don't want to break the glass. I'm going to end up breaking the glass. How is this thing attached? Let's put it under the microscope. Here, let me put this ring back on. Lest I forget. It looks like this should be holding up the paper. Oh no, that's a metal disc. It's just framing it. And I don't know what this shit is around the outside. Pretty gross. It's like grease. This is from 1929? Where'd you get that? Where'd you guys get 1929 from? Number 57718 13 57713, model 528, Electrical Instrument Corp, Weston, Volts AC, there's patents at the top. Shop 601, which just like, why would you do that? Legolas owned it before he became an elf. 601 MQ, and then I've got 155932. Where'd you guys get 1929? It's just guessing? Greasy pre-war electronics. Yeah, it's fun. This thing, does this go up to 120? It does. We could hook this up to the wall if we feel brave. Okay, my feet are cramping. Hold on. My feet are trying to become hands, which is what diabetes does to you sometimes. Sometimes it do be like that. All right, let's take a look at what, how we can get this glass out of here, because I need to redo the seal. I'm not willing to leave it without it being in decent shape. So the stream has been hijacked. The stream's been hijacked, and Burn the Subs will come at a later date, huh? I mean, that smacks of like, hey, use a pin tool to unseat this. That's what that looks like to me. It looks like there's those little cuts in it. No, it looks like it's press fit. It really does. I just don't want to break the glass. Yeah, it really does look like if I just poke on that, it'll pop it out. It'll either pop it out or it'll break the glass, and then I'll be sad. I will have a very sad if I break this glass. I will be having a very sad. Well, what do we got in terms of, I mean, I've got pin tools that I can use. We can get real professional on this thing. But if I put too much pressure against glass, it's gonna break it. Break the glass. Pin tools, let's get one. Let's get a professional pin punch. That's too big. That's way too big. This one's too small. What's this one? The one that I bent. Sad that I bent this one. Too big. It is the smallest size. These are like roll pin punches though. Yeah, that's the size. Didn't move. It didn't move. I really don't want to involve a hammer, but if I do it this way, I'm gonna like slip and then punch it by accident. It doesn't unscrew, it just goes 180 degrees. Yeah, that just goes 180 degrees. If I wanted to involve a hammer, I need something to go around this and not damage it. And then I can tap it. I can give it little tippy taps. That or I just work around it and I move the glass a little bit. No, that's not going to do it. I'm not going to use the glass to pry it up, that's for sure. How do you do that? Oh, see, what I'm afraid that I'm going to do is pop with a hammer, and that'll put pressure down on the glass, and then that'll end up breaking the glass. It's the last thing that I want to do. That'll do. Keep that seated. Put that like this. Oh boy, I'm gonna tippy tap it with a hammer. Let me get a little tiny hammer. I'm using the washer to push up against the sides of the screw hole, and then I'm tip tapping this thing out of the plastic. But this thing is from 1 billion years ago. We gotta be careful. So I'm gonna use my weeniest little hammer. My eeny peeny little weenie hammer. That doesn't even have the Delrin on the other side anymore. Use my glass hammer. Oh, this is gonna suck, chat. This is gonna suck because I'm about to break this thing. And this is like a nice thing, you know? And I don't have anything to keep the environment out of it. But if I put it back together with this thing, the glass is gonna hit up against that beautifully printed label on it. Not do anything? That didn't do a goddamn thing. That didn't do anything. Possibly a smaller pin? No, this thing is pushing on the sides just like it should. Yeah, better way to hold this thing up. I don't want to use the vise. I think that'll get in the way. No, I think this is good. I think this will give it enough room. God, I hate this. This is gonna shatter. That moved it. It's almost there. Yeah, this is working. I just need more space now. Prop this thing up on something. This is getting wacky. That's it. Very careful. Ooh. Uh-oh. Gunsmith block. No. This did it. This did it. Just what it shoulda. And that piece broke. God damn it. A little adjustment plastic broke. Well, we can put it back in and it'll hopefully hold together, sort of. It broke off into 3 pieces as soon as I moved it. The impact of the pressure probably did a number on it. We'll just buy another one. They got these on eBay, right? No, they don't. They don't have it on eBay. Maybe I can glue it back together. I can scrape off the glass now. Right, carefully clean it. Get it nice and shiny again. Get all the gross stuff off of it. And then we got to scrape out. We got to scrape out the rim over here. Give it a little bit of a rim job, and then we can get some adhesive on. But I'll have to figure out how we can replicate that pin piece. That thing exploded. It might have been that my pin tool was too big, or it might have just been, you know, 100 years and a little bit of wear and tear on the thing. It was working fine before. 100 years to do that to you. I remember buying this thing back in 1929. Where did you get 1929 from? Somebody mentioned 1929 for this thing. Did they just look it up and find one from that era? Because, I mean, man, they didn't just make this for 1 year. And there's no date printed on it. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Like new. Like new, boss. It looks beautiful. You look beautiful. Beautiful. So I'll get a cloth, like a nicer cloth to clean that off. Where does this go? Where do I put this thing where it doesn't get fucking destroyed? Do not know what that stuff is, but I got the tools to get rid of it. I got the tools to get rid of it. Got all kinds of scrapey things that I can use. that are typically for teeth. This thing is like teeth, right? It's like pulling teeth watching the stream. That's a tooth scraper, right? Tooth breaker. It's a little small for a 3D print, huh? Get all the old shit out of here. Actually isn't a lot of stuff. It's not really that much. We'll just do like a bead of silicone, and that should probably do it. Looks like whatever the material is long since hardened. Jesus. That's really scrapey getting this stuff up. Nowadays it would be like an O-ring, and that would just disintegrate, and you just get another one. I mean, like, definitely is stuff down there, but I don't know what to do about that. Here, hold on. Yeah, old WD-40, You guys can't even see it because of the color of the plastic, but I don't know if it's like more Bakelite or if it's like an intentional lip was there, or I think they sealed it in with some kind of a non-rubbery solution. I think it might be just more Bakelite. Looks a little bit like more Bakelite. I feel like I need to scrape it a little bit. I put like a tiny bead of silicone sealant around it. They loved their Bakelite back then, didn't they? I need more of like a scrapey thing. Something with a bit of a sharper edge on it. Like... No, not like that. Not like that. I need like the old school... Yeah, like this. This thing's looking pretty mean. Old school tooth scraper. You can tell I'm not really that good at vintage repair stuff. Ah, there we go. That's getting it. Nor am I good at dental work. So we got to find some kind of a happy medium between dental work and vintage repair on this stream. God, this is like breaking it off into my face. Jesus Christ. Man, that other scraper was totally and wholly ineffective. This thing's getting at it right away. All the asbestos that they used, right? To hold on the front glass. To hold the frunk together. Oh, that stuff needs to be scraped off. Stuff around the dial face. Okay, let's continue on around. Do you even floss? Like, have you ever heard of flossing? Because you haven't been flossing. I can tell by the way you're bleeding right now. Because of this metal spike that I'm driving into the space between your tooth and your gums. You definitely haven't been flossing. Floss. You need to floss, okay? Jeez, what is wrong with you? Think about getting an electric toothbrush, maybe? Actually, when I got the Sonicare, I got used to using it. And then from then on, every single dentist appointment, they're like, hey, your teeth are fine. Like, that's it. Like, I didn't get, like, an exasperated dentist. They weren't, like, annoyed with me for not flossing. They were just like, yeah, your teeth are good. Like, yeah, your teeth look good. You're fine. It's like, what? Wait, all those years you guys told me to floss? Your teeth look good. You're fine. Huh? Really? Yeah, it's like you're stuffing a sharp tool into my fucking face. What do I have to do other than bleed in this situation? Bleeding is a completely reasonable response to the sort of medieval fucking scraping that you're doing to my face. Wait, what's this about? Happened to every mods, but I get mail now. Mail down then from Twitch saying somebody typed there and that in this somebody typed there and that in this video at a certain timestamp, and somebody has done it in a VOD channel. I'm in a mod. I have no idea what you mean by that, Celia. I don't even know what that means. Okay, this thing's looking better. Better. It's looking like I'll be able to get a bead of silicon in there. There's still a little bit of material in here and in my lungs. I don't think they know. This is like a new dentist. Maybe they're just nicer. Maybe they're just a nicer person. Why are you so cynical? Why so serious? Can I have a nice thing? Can I just have a nice thing? No. Chat will not allow that. Streamer was happy. Not on my watch. Can't believe streamer was happy. I'm gonna put an end to that. That ain't gonna fly. It's me, the average Twitch chatter. Okay, so the trick here is not going to be putting too much material in here to hold the glass back on. Mods need to approve comments added to VODs. Like, not all of them, just like ones that have particular phraseology to it. That's really weird. That's a lot of work for the mods. When my mods aren't dead, which they're all dead, they've all died. I have several funerals to go to. When they're not all dead, I'll ask them if they've dealt with anything like that. Happy streamer. Not on my watch. I don't know what to do about the little disc that detonated. All the parts are up here. I could maybe glue it, but then it won't turn. I don't know where you could get something like that. It's a very small part. And it's not exactly something that I can reproduce. So strange that it just like exploded. I think it might have to do with the pin tool being slightly too large. I maybe should have used a pin instead of using the whole thing. But then that thing falling out might have put too much pressure on it anyway. Because like when I was hammering it, we're putting a lot of pressure on that whole disc. And it's just not, it's not there for that. Don't mod me, I want to live. Yeah, maybe it's a setting, I don't know. All right, fresh and clean-ish. Let's get all the dust out of there. All the dust out of there. I'm gonna get a new paper towel. God, that was gross. But it looks like they used some kind of like a solid material to put that stuff in, to put the glass in. But what I'll use silicon sealant, just a little tiny bead of it, because I think that'll hold the glass on for the next 100 years. Depending on whatever happens to this thing. How long does silicon sealant really last? Does that turn into a gross material after a while? Think about like bathtubs from the 1960s and shit. When materials were all the rage. Let's get a little bit of the stuff out of there. Why does that hurt? Because I picked the scab on it and maybe some asbestos found its way in, right? I don't know, from doing like I've dealt with a lot of vintage electronics in my day, not like refurbishing it like I'm doing right now, but like just dealing with vintage electronics and like what to do with them in lab spaces and stuff like that. And so I don't know how many weird chemicals I've been exposed to. Like what was in that iodine laser? I don't know. I do not know. That's the screw. And that part should press fit, but it won't anymore because it's exploded. What do you do about that? It's a very specialized part, too. It's not really something that we can so easily reproduce. Silicon that's turned into stone. I mean, I guess it's okay if it turns into stone. I don't exactly have the right like resin to use on this thing to get the exact same stuff back on it. Now we'll do a microscopic bead of silicon around the outside, around the outside, around the outside, and then that'll hopefully hold it together for a while. So let's do that right now. So this and this, here, let's get a nice soft place to put the glass so it doesn't explode. And then I need to get silicon in a tube, which I think I probably don't have, and I'll probably have to re-up a syringe of it. I mean, I could use UV glue, but this guy has to cut some material he brought in when I worked at my school shop. So it was cut, and saw the entire thing caught fire and burned the shit out of the saw. What? What the hell? What was it? Oh, God. Didn't Weston close due to medical claims? I don't know. Prove. Ugh. Cellulose-based. Oh, my God. Sounds terrible. This is the stuff we'll use. How am I distributing it? Well, that's dielectric. This was silicon, but it all hardened. So it's no longer distributable, I think. No, actually, it might still be good. Try it. We'll try it with a syringe tip here. This is the beauty of large syringes and lure lock setups. With a lure lock setup, you can buy disposable syringe tips. You can even buy cheapo metal ones too. Overdimensioned battery when making portable projects. Found an 800 milliamp one cell battery that uses an ESP32 that wakes up every 5. Yeah, Cluck J, the fellow who's been in Discord lately, has his man in the middle device, the thing that does all the RF change-ups between the insulin pump and the cell phone. He has like 4 18650s on them. 4. That's a lot of power. That doesn't need to be recharged very often, it seems. All right, little test area. Oh, dear God. Okay, never mind. There's a solid plug of stuff in this. Yeah. That's a big solid plug. I can get rid of it. I don't have gloves. I don't want to grease up my hands. And I don't want the silicon to be visible on this glass at all. Just started my freshman year into computer engineering. Very cool channel to find. Hey, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. You don't have to be here. You could leave. But no, I appreciate you sticking around. Wow, this is a disaster. All right, this whole syringe goes. This one's a goner. I have a lot of these things. Yeah, you asked earlier. I actually did reply to you. I don't know if you probably can't see it in chat. I just got one. I'm super happy. Listen, stuff that gets sent into this channel, if you want to go through all the trouble of sending me something, the warning is, oh, Celia Russell just gifted a sub to Sfer, who's the student that just found this place. Hey, yeah, man. So I graduated from Drexel University with electrical engineering in control systems and robotics, which is a very unfocused kind of major. It's very easy. If you can get by the brutal math that it uses. But that's what I got going for me. But we try to get into all kinds of different stuff here. But anyway, to circle back on, hold on. Circle back on Banana Bando. Yeah, listen, if you send something, I gotta get a syringe, hold on. If you send something into the show, that is tantamount to throwing it out. So consider that. If you want to go through the steps to send something in here, you got to catch me on Discord, and then if you send it in, you're just throwing it out. That's the policy. You're just throwing it out, and then maybe I'll show it on camera and I'll let you know. But I don't need something like that. I don't need something like that. I don't know how much I'd use it. It would be a cool toy to show off for one stream, but they're really cool. They're really interesting. Little mechanical, handheld mechanical clocks. Yeah, you keep it. You keep it for yourself because of the way that I structure stuff being sent into the show. All right, how do we load this thing up? I forget. Yeah. Okay. All right. You're gonna be like that today. You be like that today, Lexol. Ow. Come on, man. Everything on this is flexible. Open up for me. PIDs. The math was tough to get over. It took a lot of restructuring of the way that I study in order to understand it and to be able to utilize it and to be able to, like, you know, work with it. And that was back in the day of the TI-92, and that's the only reason I graduated college, was that I had a TI-92, and I could put all the matrix algebra in there and then vet out how to get the answer that the calculator gave me. The only reason I graduated college is because I knew how to program my calculator really quickly to do matrix algebra. Pre-calc. Ooh, fun stuff. Yeah, multivariable and pre-calc, and oh boy. Multivariables when stuff really starts getting spicy. And then if it goes further than that, you get into the land of matrices. When you get into the land of the matrices, believe it or not, all that stuff, all that math was invented in the 60s. But it all works, and it's all super easy suddenly. And you find out that your common physics problems that you've been struggling to solve with like tons and tons of variables in it is like, it's like child's play suddenly. Absolutely mind-boggling. Post office rejected sending my box of camera equipment. Oh yeah, bad direction. I know that, man. Yeah, Norwegian candy and a kilogram of salt. Oh please, nothing like that. Nothing like that. Don't send me weird shit. That's gonna make me get a PO box so that I can have the post office like at least screen out all the weirdos. But yeah, the Norwegian candy and camera equipment, man. I'm still sad that I took apart that Sony Handycam, like irreversibly took apart that Sony Handycam. Because remember, we were zooming in on the Tom Thinks mug with that camera and filming off of that camera, and it had that just that 90s look to it that you can't replicate. You could try to replicate, but it's better if it's coming directly from the device. So that was cool. I was thinking that the stuff that Bad Direction was trying to send in could potentially be something that would allow me to do that as well. I don't think any of this stuff is coming out. But it sucks that it rejected your stuff. And Bad Direction, I mean, sending stuff from Norwegia, I don't even know how I refer to that area. Sending stuff from all the way over there is not easy to do. So I appreciate your effort, but don't go too far out of your way. Because remember, my policy is that you're throwing it out. It's just throwing it out with extra steps. I might not even show it on camera. Norwaj. Yeah, that's what you call it. Sending stuff from Norge. Ugh. Orbital mechanics and electrical propulsion or program your calculator. Yeah. Makotronics, thank you for the 47 months of subs. The most effective and reliable use of glue. Sticking caps onto tubes of glue. Yes, and also becoming a solid movie prop. Shipping costs like $120. Jesus Christ. You didn't get your money. Dude. I'm really sorry to hear that, man. I'm sorry to hear that. This is, again, you know, it's why I got to have particular policies about sending stuff in, is that, like, I cannot ask people to put that much into sending stuff in. Is that all air? What are you doing? Where's the caulk? Show me the caulk. Take it out. Come on. Caulk inspection. Time for your caulk inspection. Come on. There's like a plug right behind this that I gotta somehow scrape out. Ah, I'm getting it on my fingers. God damn it. I should have put gloves on. It's only money. You know, there's a couple things that I've said that about. There's all, you know, it's the you're always kind of crying in the back of your head, but yeah, at a certain point it's like, oh man. It's like you can't think about it anymore. It's just done. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, man. It would have been cool to look at some of that video conferencing stuff. This is just a whatever I'm doing right now, it's just not working out. I'm putting a lot of pressure into this thing. This is visual asthma right here. Ugh, what is this crap? This is like the viscous stuff that, like, behind it is the liquid silicone. It's all exposure to air, basically. All right, I think the tube has gone off. I don't think this is really working out. I think all of this stuff is the same viscosity. I was going to put it in the syringe and then use the syringe to dole it out in a very thin line, but like this stuff feels okay. It's just somewhere up here there's like a plug of nasty stuff that's not working out for us. I'm trying to peel it out, but I don't think that's really going to work. Now I got to let that stuff harden. Actually, I think we're getting to it. No, maybe not. maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe it's all that same consistency. No, I don't think it is, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get that into the syringe. Yeah, I don't want to cut it open because that's going to cause an international incident. Well, we've still got it moderately contained here, and I don't like squeezing this thing too hard because that's also going to cause all of a sudden when the viscosity changes, it's going to shoot this stuff across the planet. End up having to explain to NORAD what I was up to. Well, now I've messed up both sides of this tool. You wait here, glass. You go over here. Well out of the way. This is starting to get a little bit more violent. There it is. Okay. Well, a little bit. Still not quite. I think I might be able to work with that, though. I might be able to work with it. Let's see. I think maybe the way I did this previously was to inject it into the back of the syringe instead of coupling them like I did before. The coupling thing I can only do with the UV sealant. Oh, that's too much, but whatever. Single use. Cap it again for future bother to deal with. He'll have better solutions. I don't think I'm ever going to get rid of that bubble. The problem with the bubble is that it puts air pressure on the back of what I'm pushing, so it'll continue to leak out the front when I'm done using it. And I don't want that bubble there, but I don't think I have a good way of getting it to the tip of the syringe, unless I just, well, just, you know, let's fucking go. There it is. Okay. So now it'll tend to dribble less. All right, so there's that. I only used up like half of my thing as silicone. That's okay. I don't use it often enough anyway. That goes back. I mean, I could have done epoxy. I do have black plastic epoxy that I could use on the thing, but I figure silicone is going to be a better thing to... God damn it, look at this mess. Look at this mess that I've caused. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. Keep it nice and clean, huh? Okay, so let's get just a small bead around the outside of this thing. I can't even see what I'm doing. There we go. I don't know if you guys can see, but it's more important than I see right now. You guys can't even see in there. I have to reflect the light in here. What I don't want it to do is squish out enough that it's visible on the other side of the glass. That's why I'm using the very fine tip. My hands are getting a little neuropathy-y. That means I get tingles. Tingles in my extremities. Means I gotta move around more. All right, there's just a little tiny bit there. All right, let's hope that does it. So, fingers are relatively clean. I got the piece of glass, relatively clean. I need to drop it in. I don't have tools for doing this. A suction cup would be real nice right now. Yeah, you guys should see doctors for all the dribbling that you guys seem to be claiming. So like that. And then I'll go over the edge. My light is pushing that thing. Hold on here. Like this, and then I can hold it on both sides to control it. This is where the suction cup would come in handy, but I don't know what happened to it. I don't really want to stress the glass out, so what I can do is hold this from either side. Carefully control it in its descent. I'll get the screw back on there to, well, it's not going to hold, but it'll at least just be in there to kind of keep it centered. Keep it centered. There we go. That pushed there, this pushed here, and around the perimeter. It's just barely a bead. Maybe I'll add a little bit more. Oh, here we go. If I just wiggle it a little bit, that presses it up against it. Okay, cool. So if I let that solidify, that should hold everybody in place. I have to work on rebuilding the, oh, the screw isn't really holding it in place. Oh, that's not good. That's no good. Well, anyway, that's going to stick it back in so it won't move. So I got to leave that overnight. Dribbling is what they make. Yeah, you don't let it, that's the trick with adult diapers, is you don't let it all go at once. You got a little bit at a time. Don't want to overwhelm it. The only reason I know that is that was a Jack Packard joke. Red Letter Media. Okay, that's a total fucking mess. I don't know if I'm going to recover this tool. Ugh, let's get it out of here, though, first. I don't think I'm going to recover that tool. It's done its job, but... Ugh. Let's look at the underside of this thing and see how it works. We're just having fun today anyway. I just got to get all the silicone off of my hands. God, that stuff sucks. I should have gotten gloves. I have gloves. They're sitting just right over there. But... sequencing? I don't know what you're talking about. Man, I'm kind of pissed that this thing blew up. Because this thing is so small, I don't know if there's a way that I can repair it. I mean, maybe if I get real fancy with the glue under the microscope, I could sort of piece it back together, but I don't think I'm going to have very good luck with it. This goes away. It's such a small part, and it's this tiny, tiny, tiny little plastic part. It holds everything together. And it's under pressure. 4 boxes of gloves for working my car never open. You should, because the material that you're being exposed to under a car is not the best stuff for you. I've had all of them almost at every orifice, all of the materials and all the orifices almost. I'm gonna put an almost on there. I need to give myself a logical out. I wanted to shore up the front face in order to get the rear face on there. I wonder maybe if I could have just put the bead of silicone in there before, you know, instead of scraping away the old material, but I wanted something that would hold it at least decently. This thing deserves a little bit of a refurbish. I don't know if there's some other material I could have used. I mean, the plastic epoxy probably would have been a good one to use. But, all right, I want to take a look at the other side of this, and I just need to be really careful of the front face, because this metal plate is, like, really nice. I mean, this is a really nice gauge readout. So I'm going to hold it like this. I'm going to hold it above everything, too. Let's just peek in at what's going on under the hood of a big AC meter like this. Yeah. Break that open. Like 100 years of grime in here. All right, it's a plate with a non-conductive pad on the other side. Just put that there. Well, we're done. There's nowhere else for us to go. Unless those screws probably release the top piece. But our 3 contacts go into the 3 contacts in the back of this thing. And then that releases probably the big disc. It's covered in grease. But I'd have to undo the electrical contacts. Because there's 3 screws that are holding the gauge. Then I would assume the rest of the gauge is probably held together on its own. I mean, we can investigate it. I don't want to get stuff all over this thing, and I don't know how to hold it to not damage it. Probably should be wearing, like, cotton gloves or something for this. Let me wipe off the grease on the side of this thing. Because I need to hold on to this, and I don't want the grease getting on the face. Don't want the grease on the face. Wonder how much these things cost. Should look that up before we go further. That could be the thing that scares the shit out of me, and then I don't go any further with this. Yeah, we'll look it up on eBay in a second. Try to degrease the side here a little bit. I can't get all the way around. All right, let's take a look. This is a Weston Electrical AC. So Weston meat grinder. Don't mind if I do. Oh, yeah. There we go. That's the stuff right there. That's what that's all about. Yeah. Oh, wait, we're getting distracted. Weston Electrical AC meter. Apparently it's still making them. No. Close. This is the one that like the one that I have that I want to put on the computer project. Don't watch how the sausage is made. I digress. Nothing looks like the thing that I have, because the thing that I have is unique and cool and special. And it was listed on eBay in 2012 when I asked for vintage stuff, and my brother loves to browse eBay for vintage stuff. He's good at that, and so he found a more unique kind of thing, not just like one of these. We put a little effort into it. I don't see anything like this, though. Model 528, do you think that'll... Let's try it. Western Electric Model 528. Bob. Wonder if they ever got the patent for it. $30? That's not what... Let's look at sold. $30, you fuck. They're probably still being used in some classrooms $25. Sold items. $10 on one bid. That was this year. I have this, by the way. I have one of these that's sitting on a shelf. Pretty cool, but yeah, this $10, $4. Oh, it's so sad, the state of things. They should be worth more. All right, so I don't really have many qualms about ruining this thing, huh? If I wanted to get another one of those plastic pieces, I could try to harvest one from any of these. Don't talk about the money I've spent on vintage synths. Hell yeah. I gotta build a synth for Julian. We need to do that. Julian's, I don't know what's going on with him. I was supposed to get him on the show. Julian's a buddy of mine. He's been a buddy of mine for a long, long time. And he does music stuff for a group called Radioactive Sandwich, and then he's also got like a spin-off thing that he does on his own. I've tried to play his music as intros, but it gets copyright strikes from the system. I don't know who put his music into the system, whether he might have a publisher that's doing it. All right. We built a Norn for him, which was fun. I would like to build him something unique. I have a bunch of 74 series logic gates. We could make that logic gate drum machine. I think I threw out the case that I was going to use for the logic gate drum machine. That was dumb. I need to find a wooden case for it, which shouldn't be too hard considering eBay exists. But shunt for Weston Electrical ammeter. It's sold. I just want to see the picture. Who buys a shunt? That Sears motor buggy. This is where we'd use that wooden high voltage thing in order to make the spark plugs work. All right, so anyway, this thing is not worth $1 billion. It's not ultra super duper unique. Well, if you had a sharper eye, which I'm docking you points for not having a sharp eye, and noticing the custom built modular synth wooden case that's right there. See that? See that right there? That the box that's completely shaded out underneath the thing and behind my windshield wiper motor? That's something that Julian sold to me, and it's got a modular synth rack on it, but it's not, I don't have a power supply, I don't have modules or anything. I'd have to come up with the modules on my own, and the panels and all that stuff. So I haven't gotten into that yet, but it is something that I would like to take a look at. Julian's buddy Dave built it. It's a wooden case. It's pretty nice. It's a nice little travel case for a modular synth. Getting into modular is not going to be healthy for me or my wallet, but we're going to do that at some point. I've been promising Julian a synth for 10 years. I need to get to that at some point. The main thing that we need to do first before getting into that is the thing behind me, which is burn the subs. It's the board on my wall, what is designed to burn the names of subscribers onto itself. We'll have to figure out a date from whence we can start burning names on it. But let's get the body of this thing out of here, because I think if we just undo the lugs, I think we can get to it and take a look. I don't know a lot about what's out there for synths. We don't need to use that. We can use a more civilized. Ah! I hit my keyboard, so I have to immediately look and see what I did. what I changed on the computer. Sometimes I'll flip OBS scenes if I drop something on the computer. Yeah, I'm not that knowledgeable about synths. I know a little bit about them, but you know, and I've wanted to get into that kind of stuff, but I kind of don't want to get into that stuff because they're expensive. They're not cheap. Okay, that the ball bearing just moved itself on the rack over here. I want to make a display case for my collection. Oh, that would be cool. Yeah, the problem is with my stuff is storage. That's kind of a big problem. Yeah, none of the stuff that I do here is cheap. The 944 rebuild is me just wanting to do that. When I did it originally, when I was working on that build, I had a good job. It paid a lot. Well, it paid all right up until the point when I had to quit the job because it didn't sustain itself. I couldn't pay rent, be diabetic, and have that job as like somebody working for a big deal consulting firm for the government, like a professional. I guess if I had babies or something, then I'd get a better paycheck. I don't know why that is. Why do single people always get fucking shafted in the workforce? But anyway, yeah, I couldn't afford to be a diabetic and live in DC and have that job. Ooh, an Electron. We did a modification for Julian's Electron. I think it was this, I forget which module it was. It was like this, I think it was the synth one. And we replaced the ADC in it. Supposedly you can replace it with like a better sounding ADC. And when we were modifying it, supposedly the people who created it were in chat. Now, it could have just been a friend trolling us, because they're friends of stupid senses of humor. But I don't know. Julian was like, I'm pretty sure those are the guys that actually make the thing. And I'm like, I'm so sorry that I'm modifying your hardware, your beautiful hardware. I'm so sorry. You did such a good job building it. The problem is they glued down the ADC. So in order to desolder it, I had to get all of the pins with solder flowing on it. And then I had to pry up from the bottom. And it made this just sickening crunch noise. Know about some ridiculously priced mod synths by following Deadmau5. Does he still fall asleep on his stream? I remember he reinvented Sandstorm. Ho, whoa, 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 wee wah. What is this fucking thing? Holy shit. Welcome to equipment. So I got a little baseball diamond here, probably with something magnetic in it to move this back and forth. And then we have a series of just fucking Tesla era coils. The developers of synths are pretty active on streaming websites. The last I streamed, live of me messing around with mod synth on YouTube, I had a few people who were connected to the synths in chat. That's cool. Yeah, I wish, oh man, I gotta like build a couple. That's why I want to get into modular. First of all, I'm stumbling over what I want to say because of how cool it is. I want to get into modular a little bit so that I can make weird ways to influence the voltage levels of, you know, the modular synth. So in doing so, I could potentially invent my own module, and then I'd be a synth company too. And I'd actually have the reason to open up an online store. High, low, and then some kind of an earth symbol. But the AC... What the fuck is even going on in this thing? It's like a bunch of coils that go from one thing to another. Although this one doesn't go anywhere. Are they just there to magnetically influence things? I don't think so. I think they're there to be coils. You got two big coils and two small coils. They could potentially be, would they be diodes? Mod synth community is so small but so good. I want to bring in the unique ideas of somebody who hasn't ever messed with modular synth stuff before. You know, just like, hey, this would be a cool way to mess with a voltage level. That's it. That's all I want to do. This is a sewing machine. They do look like sewing spools, and maybe that was the original influence. Because back in whenever this thing was fucking made, people had nothing to do but sit around and look at stuff, and so they were probably looking at a sewing kit like, I wonder if I could use that in order to make an AC meter. The only problem with me getting into modular is that I need a jumping off point. I need, you know, the inputs, the outputs, and I need like the typical stuff that people have. Bobbins, yeah, that's the name. Sewing bobbins. I'm gonna invent an ammeter because I'm so fucking bored the internet hasn't been invented yet. Since we haven't invented the internet yet, I just can't deal with my own thoughts. I'm gonna make something out of sewing spools. That's the ticket. How is power going up and down on this thing? Or is it just into the ether? Because there's no contacts on the other side. It's just corrosion. Corrosion from the inner metal of this thing. So we got one big coil, and the two terminals of the coil are branching off into these two outward, this one and this one. And then that one goes there, which goes to there, which goes there, which goes to nothing, and then goes over to the other one. I don't fucking know how this thing is set up. I don't understand. I mean, maybe the coil goes up and then back down, but there's not two terminals on that thing. There's one terminal on each of these. And they're not connected. Oh, they're connected to the outside. Ah, and the terminals come in here. I see. So with these two, the reason that there's nothing on the top end is because it coils up and then back down. Or no, it coils up and then goes to the enclosure or the casing, and then the casing comes out here. Or it goes in or out, or whichever one you want. Yeah. Yep, just magnets move the meter. But it's not, these aren't moving the meter. This is the only thing moving the meter. So I don't know exactly what those are doing in there. All right, so let's put this thing back together before I fucking ruin it. Because it's kind of a cool thing. Kind of a cool object. Chat. Fucking chat. God. You fucks. I don't really know what that circuit looks like. I guess it's just coils and coils and coils. I don't think there's any capacitors in there. But yeah, I really do want to do the modular synth thing, but the problem is the cost of entry is like hundreds of dollars. By the way, I've also bought something really weird that's getting here on Thursday. I don't know, we'll show it off at some point. But I do want to make like a voice changer for the gaming streams, but not like a full voice changer. This is a very specific effect that I want, which I'll use like once or twice and then never again. But where did that go? That didn't go on the ground. I didn't hear it. Might still be in my shirt, please. Oh no, where did it go? The screw that just flew off in a direction. It didn't hit the ground yet. It's not on my shirt. There it is. There it is. It's in my lap. Oh, thank goodness. No, it won't be. It won't be a fart-based voice changer, no. I mean, that, you know, you can just download those effects. You can just download that stuff all day. You can just get something that's Twitch Voice Changer version 3. The little lock nuts on these are definitely not. They're like permanently crushed. Because this thing is so old. There's some nice little brass parts in this. Nice little brass pieces in this thing. But yeah, I could just get something that changes my voice based on channel points. I don't want to do that. No. I want to make something that's another input to my mixer. I don't know, maybe I'm just crazy. It might be a bad purchase. It would be a fun thing to hang up on the wall though. All right, so those are the 3 electrical connections remade. Just make sure they're torqued. Ooh, I chipped it. The fart box noises, Blazing Saddles, the scene in Blazing Saddles with Beans, actually sounds quite a bit like the 9 different fart noises that the fart box is capable of producing. If you guys don't know, whenever I talk about the fart box, it's not what you think. I actually built a physical device what takes channel points. I mean, it doesn't use channel points, but when you redeem channel points, this device takes a dollar store fart noise maker and it triggers one of 9 noises that the dollar store fart noise maker made. It's an ESP8266. I think it's a raw ESP8266, right? Or did we use a Wemos on that? I think it's a raw 8266 that I basically glued to the back of this thing, this 3-volt device, and then it had just enough output pins in order for us to make it do what it needs to do. The speaker on it is from something that we took apart on a day like this when we were just looking at weird old or bargain bin electronics, and it's actually from a speaker that you screw into a light socket like in your bathroom, and you can play Bluetooth music standard to it, and it would play that, and it's actually a Harman Kardon speaker. So the Harman Kardon speaker in the fart box somehow matched up to the voltages on that thing. The dollar store chip-on circuit board epoxy top chip had enough ass behind it to actually get that speaker to become nearly unbearably loud. Some of the fart noises, if my face is near there, are really loud. They're really ridiculously loud. So we hooked that up. We got the ESP8266 up there with LED TV Live's special super duper awesome code that allows this thing to log into the Twitch API and monitor for any channel point redemption. Now, if I'm going to have more stuff like that, I haven't come up with a good idea for an alternative yet, and I don't want your ideas. I need to come up with it on my own because this is my stream and it needs to be my idea and not yours. I need to vacuum the dust panels on these things. Anyway, I need to come up with a good idea for an alternative for that, right? Something interesting. I don't think I'm ever going to buy a Furby because those things are fucking evil. How did that get in here? Where did that come from? Chad, I gotta go. I gotta go, Chad. I gotta get out of here. Anyway, I don't know. I'll figure out something else to do with channel points as well, because you guys only have the farts to redeem. I would like something else that's kind of interesting to happen, but we'll figure that out. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it. You know, maybe those weird looking lamps we could do something with. No, the speaker had LEDs. It had a high power warm light LED behind it too. I have those sitting in a bin as well. A mechanical Mia from the Furby. But that you know that emote's gonna like vanish as soon as I do anything with it. Everybody will be annoyed. I don't know. Thurston Waffles is doing great. I think they're moving into a new house soon. The Thurston Waffles subreddit is how I keep up with them. Thurston had kind of a little bit of a trouble for a little while there, and then I think he bounced back pretty well. Rattan Filters, Eastman Kodak Company. What the hell is this thing? Well, that's what I was thinking too. I was actually thinking that I could put the speaker possibly somehow around or behind the Furby, and then when it farts, I could have it do its little like Furby thing. I don't know about these. Rotten filters. Vintage. Case. Not finding it. Not finding anything that resembles it, unfortunately. The cat is immortal thanks to the emote. You're right. You are right. Sold. Sold. Listen, there's not a lot of people looking for vintage filters. You need a particular class of filter that was that was well made enough. I don't have my own CNC. My milling machine is the DRO on it. It's broken. We have a camera project. I'm trying to put this into a new case, and I need to open up some of the aperture of that camera so that I can fit the automatic optics under the C-mount cover. And so that's all set up on there. I can't do the cut because I don't have the DRO anymore. I mean, I could do the cut manually and try to get that right, but I've never really bothered to learn that very, very well on that machine, because that machine is like it's like a dinky little milling machine. It's not like a big, good milling machine. I would like to at some point do something CNC, but it's going to be difficult to figure out. Is that off kilter? Looks okay. So yeah, that's going to be tough. The what? Throwing stuff. I didn't catch that. Cheap CNC pre-COVID from small company and they've gone under and he's mad there's no support. Oh no. Yeah, I mean, I would love to have some kind of a like a CNC capability here, if not just like an engraving, like sized thing. But I don't have space. I don't have space. Yeah, the milling machine I would like to do a CNC thing with, because we have this thing. We have this weird thing that I got from the buddy of mine, probably from a dead Pico Energy worker who had a box of stuff that ended up on Facebook's free section of the marketplace. And then my buddy St. Wiggly picked it up and went, "Hey, do you want this box of stuff?" And I said, "No, I absolutely do not want this box of stuff because I am inundated with things. We're taking down the old storage area. I've got all this stuff coming in that I can't." And he went, "Here's this box of stuff." And okay. And so we looked through it and we found all kinds of cool stuff. And one of the big things that we found was this. This little jobby right here is a Windows 7 computer that does not need any cooling. It just air cooling. And it's meant for like industrial setups. It's meant to go in an electrical box with all that other equipment, all the other switching equipment or whatever you're automating, and then maybe you'd remote log into this thing because it has a cell phone antenna and a cell phone modem in it. You log into this and get system status kind of stuff from it. But this might be kind of cool if we can replace this with Wi-Fi, put Linus on it, and then maybe we could get this to run the CNC just for sharts and gargles. Because I mean, honestly, like a Raspberry Pi is 10 times more capable than this thing is. And more pliable and more easier to work with, and it's got all the right ports on the back, which this kind of does. There are 2 USB ports on it. It doesn't have you know, that style cable. This thing also works off of 24 volts, so how'd you get this box of stuff, buddy? This had like a label on it that said Pico. I don't know how that person got the stuff. I'm a secondhand thief now, apparently. The reason I keep pulling my phone out is because for the next 6 days, I'm in manual mode for the looping, the glucose monitor stuff. I am fasting today. I'm not allowed to eat anything, and that's not by virtue of setting up looping. I am fasting simply because I am going through insulin way too fucking fast. I'm going through the pods, the hardware, the Bluetooth omnipod insulin pump. I'm churning through pods. You can't reuse the pods. We'll take a pod apart at some point, but I wanted to use pods because I've had a little box attached to my belt via a plastic tube since 2001. So 21 years of having a pump. I wanted to try something new. We'll see if you can't reuse, you're not allowed to reuse supplies. I don't know if that's going to affect me very negatively because for a little while on my pump, I was reusing supplies again and again. Diabetes mod synth. Well, I have code. It's in the stream project section for potentially making like a Node-RED flow that can access my glucose level data, which is now public. It's just public. I've shown everybody all of my management data. I'm not being personal about it at all. You guys know exactly what's going on. The podules look easier. Doing a set change with one was insane. You may remember the old set changes. I used to use 90-degree physical needle cannulas so that they didn't kink. These have this big pod that's got this huge contact patch. So right now, what I've done is I've reached mostly around my back. Ooh, that one's actually a little sore. I've reached mostly around my back and plopped this pod on like a nigh unreachable spot on my back where I can just barely get the finger around it to push the adhesive down. And then you go, "Hey, go ahead and inject the needle now." And it goes tick, 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 snap. And that's when it hits you with the needle and then retracts the needle and you're left with a plastic tube under your skin. But it does that automatically. It's like the pranking fart noise maker, except that it's a fucking scorpion. But yeah, this is anybody can access this website. Only I can make changes to it. This is my glucose level data, and I've been very pissed off about looping lately because I had the audacity to eat some carbohydrates for dinner, and my glucose level remained hyperglycemic for the remainder of time on this earth. I've been hyperglycemic for like 3 days, well, 24 hours, and it really takes an effect. Yeah, I know. I was actually I was thinking that. I was like, can we make it make fart noises? Because you can from your cell phone you can make the pod beep. You can make it beep just as like an RF test. Man, this thing must have been so expensive back in the day, and I don't even have a single application for it. I was really thinking that the Wilhelm scream. It needs to do the Howie scream so that you're really like panicked. I was thinking like, hey, can we power burn the subs off of this computer? But I don't think that's really going to work out. I mean, yeah, we could, but it's just such a waste of space. It's a cool thing. It's a neat object, but I don't really think it lends itself to burn the subs because we'd want Linux on this, which it can easily do. It's 24 volts like the rest of it, but I really don't want to redesign everything so that this thing can be utilized. I think that would be better for like a CNC project. Like if and when we CNC the mill. So this Rattan filters, I don't know if I'm going to keep this. Yeah, if I do the Windows CNC, but I'd probably want to do Linux CNC. Did you just double buzz me? No, okay. Uh-oh, that didn't make it back in. Well, that'll never make it back in. It goes in the, no, not in there. It goes in there. Yeah, well, or like to put it in like a little cabinet that's at the back of the mill. Yeah. Rattan filters, East Kodak Company. Well, this is sat in a non-climate controlled storage area for a long time. Ooh, I don't think this is gonna work out. I don't. Unless I really want to make like a, like a 60s like projection light with a bunch of oil in a can. Only these are quite working out. Oh, that's not even, oh. Yeah, this is not worth, okay. Nope. I think these are kind of dead. I think whatever ambitions were behind this. Filter number 58. Swamp gas green. These are very, very old lighting gels. Yeah, I think you'd probably put these into something to alter. I don't know. Maybe they go on some kind of a projecting thing. The case is nice, but it's disintegrating. I look, this is done. I don't think I could sell this for $1 at a flea market in New Jersey. I don't think that's gonna work out. That's just done. It's just done. It's just done. It doesn't belong in a museum. It doesn't even belong it's just garbage. We'll sweep up all the horrible flaking that has plagued my desk. Disgusting. Yeah, it looks like this is just a rummage stream. I didn't expect this to take so long. We will do Burn the Subs on Thursday, I promise. A box for dead AT Tinies. Even touching the box is risk. I don't know what that thing is made out of. It's like an asbestos box. What in the hell is this thing? What is this thing? What is this thing? What is it? What is this? Ah! Chat, what the hell is this thing? This unassuming piece of brass. This giant fucking wobbly electrical contacty wobbling piece of brass nonsense that's sitting on this desk. What is this? Is this like a spark gap? See, these are loose down here. That's why it's wobbling. Let's tighten that up. These are like spiking my freaking desk. What the hell? You tighten up. You tighten up. What is this thing? What the fuck? What are you? You got little knobs on you? Let's pull one of these off and see what's inside. Make sure I'm focused on this. I smell like a fucking antique store today. Now. Smell like a goddamn antique store. There are some markings on it, and maybe if I brush it off, they'll come to fruition and we'll be able to look up something about it. Oh, that looks like a safe material. Oh yeah, that looks like a safe material flaking off of this thing. Whatever the hell this silver shit is. What the fuck is this? What is this thing? Ugh. Yeah, I could put the... it's a really nice base for something. Oh, TurboNad, what something might that be that you're thinking of? Why don't you just say it? Why don't you just say it? Because I know exactly what you're going to say. I know what you're going to say. Don't even hold back. God damn it. What the hell are these things, though? What the deuce? What? Okay, let me put this back before I expose myself to whatever the silver shit is. He wants me to use it with the tourbillon. Now, that would be if I could cut brass gears for the tourbillon. That would be cool. If I could actually whittle my way into having some... I could do some click spring streams where we spend a week filing something down into shape. That would be actually pretty cool. I mean, the base is, like, really cool. I want to figure out what the rest of it is. This top piece is weird, and I don't know what it is. Now, there go those markings. That was just some labeling. There was a label on it. A label, babel, label. A bubble label. A label, label, label. No markings at all. Oh, that must have been excruciating to machine out. It would pimp it up 3 to 4 levels. I don't know about having spikes on the bottom of the thing, though. But it is a cool base that I could definitely do something with. Plus, it makes this noise. Yeah. You guys like that? Even as a mic stand. There's a lamp. Just put one light bulb sticking out of the top of the thing. What the hell is this? I don't know what this is. I wish we had anything to go on. Baby's crying. What could have been in the top? Looks like broken off screws. And there's not a single part number on the entire thing. 3 spike point brass base. These are electrical contacts that I don't know. Is it like a vintage seismometer? That would be what the spikes would be. Presto changeo. Not sure about that one. Let's add electric to that. Yeah, it's starting to smell like the old lab that I used to help clean up. Some part of a big electric thing. Yeah, but this needs to be like, it's got a 3-point contact that gets balanced. Not quite. I love simple things like that. Look at that. That's great. Why would it have a base with 3 spikes on it that you can level? Right? I think that's a gyroscopic. Man, that thing's cool. Looks expensive. It's like a piece of like electronics lab equipment. But it's brass. That guy is vintage lab equipment? Vintage brass. Oh, kind of throwing Hail Marys right now. You can Google it with a phone image. That's true. That is true. Maybe we'll try that in just a second. Is that on a Kai? No, it's an MPC. I love my MPC. Why is an MPC 2000 here? Yeah, post it on what is this thing? No, I won't, because I'm better than them. Those are a bunch of... what is this thing is a bunch of hacks. They're a bunch of freaking hacks. I was able to identify an FBI tracking device and get it down to the unit that issued it based on the serial number from a purchase slip. Of course, I did have access to those computers at the time. I can't believe an MPC is a vintage instrument. You get off my lawn. Get the hell off of my lawn. All right, I think we are at the point where my only option is Google Image, because there's one page of results. Where's the second page? See more anyway. I'm gonna see stuff that I can't unsee if I'm not careful. That'd be a cool thing to have. Nope. Maybe? No. Yeah, I don't know. There's like guitars and stuff. All right, well, hey, look, there's a we've gone full circle all the way back to the whatever it is, inductorium. Well, that thing looks cool. Hyper skimmer. I don't want to know what a hyper skimmer is. Ooh, and a Kai. Yeah, it's an MPC 2000. This came up in vintage stuff that we were searching. They're not that old. The internet pretty much assumes that at my age, we've all turned into dust. We're fossils. We no longer are allowed on the internet at all. Lansing boils its supersonic speeds. I found a tracker ditched along the side of the road. I used an FCC ID to track it to the company that made it. Found out they're a government contractor. Uh-oh. I would love to see a picture of that to see if it's something that I programmed. Vintage just means it's broken in. I'm looking for something that even like remotely resembles the bass that we had. But I think my best bet is to do what Celia said and take a picture of it and see what results. I want one of these. Anyway, okay, well, let's get a picture going then. Let's see if I can just like casually snap a picture and get... No, we didn't deploy the devices. We didn't deploy them. Got the Crystal Pepsi in the background. Okay, let's Google based on images. $12, $400, $30. These are locks. These aren't what I'm looking for. Oh, quill for a friggin' milling machine. Caliper gauge. No. None of this. It's all like vintage locks. Well, that job was different. So I had 2 jobs with the government, with Government Man. Technically 3, but the third one was, I was always working for a consulting firm, but we were responsible for taking the devices that they found overseas and making a detailed document about them, which would allow intelligence people to do stuff with it. We didn't know anything beyond that. We were just a bunch of engineers that were categorizing these devices in various ways and trying to produce a document that looked like it was by the same author, so that there was a bit of a historical data buildup going on there. And so we figured out ways to make these documents for the particular devices that we'd see a lot of, and then that became kind of like if your company starts really focusing on SOPs, by the way, you should be looking for another job, because we went from like more of an academic setup to more of an algorithmic setup based on the devices, and then outbid by another contractor that just had technicians come in and do all the work. So the engineers were there in order to create a method. Wait a minute. There's something on the front here. There's a little glass sight. We were just making a method for other people to come in and do the same exact work that we were doing. It's like basically if your company is trying to make your work into a filing cabinet that can be dropped off in the middle of a forest and your company will sprout up as a result, you got to start looking around. You got to start, put your head on a swivel. But anyway, that's sort of the first thing that I did. And that was working with interdisciplinary teams, and we had kind of a nice academic setup going for a long time. Many, many years. I was in that about eight or 9 years. I was doing that and learned a lot. Learned a whole lot. I was already very good at reverse engineering, but there was a lot of skill to be had there. What in the fuck is this thing? And then from there, I had to find another job because we got outbid. So I did a little bit in the realm of hacking into vehicles to get forensic data. And then I did a little bit in the realm of tracking devices. And so we would look into new technologies, support old technologies, and basically support the field offices with their tracking devices. That was a much more fun team. They didn't take themselves as seriously. Yeah, I was mainly concentrating on infotainment, but what the hell is that? It's just like some kind of a target, and that's the screw right here. And it can go back and forth, but like, what the hell? What is this thing? But yeah, then it became unaffordable to be in the city, and I came back here to do this kind of stuff. I didn't initially do this. I did medical device stuff for a while. Medical devices, near and dear to my heart. Got fired from that job. That fucking sucked. I think something goes into the middle of this, and this piece is to stabilize it. Because it seems like something goes from the top of this thing down, and then you've got 4 what are potentially just coils. Good friend is computer engineer. He works for a government contractor. Yeah. My computer engineering degree transfer to a career at NORAD. I mean, you could probably do IT. Everybody needs more IT than they have. My brother was a geologist and he pivoted into IT. It really seems like there's something that goes down through there and it like resonates. Not a good thing to have a medical device near dear to your heart. Talk to Groovy something about that. He's got a pretty brutal pacemaker on him. It's keeping him alive. And me, I mean, near and dear to my heart is staying alive is always nice, not going into DKA. So that is having a medical device near and dear to my heart. So I don't know why you guys have to have me prove out and pick apart every single fucking thing that I'm not mincing words here. Jeez. Fucking assholes. All of you. I don't know what the hell this thing is and it's bothering me. You switched from geology to computer engineering? Contractor, blah, blah, blah. Ground penetrating radar saves lives. First engineering ID. You programmed it. You really say you did it or did not? No, I couldn't because there's so many of those devices that left that shop. So yeah, you're right. You're right. Pacemakers. Nuclear-powered cardiac pacemakers. Yikes. What was that from? It was Los Alamos. Can you imagine trying to get through airport security with something like that? Yeah, so I'm a little bit radioactive. Yeah, whatever was on top here broke off. That probably would have given us a clue as to what this thing is. Field for 6 figures, so I switched over to something else I liked, which is being a massive nerd. Yeah, so I got fired from that position, and then I ended up on Cobra Health Insurance for a little while, and now here I am, and I'm picking up peanuts on Twitch. Little peanuts. What else can we do with, let's think about this, because there's got to be something else we can figure out with this thing. I mean, does the hole go all the way through the bottom? Yes, it does. So it's possible that something would hang down through this whole thing. Probably not temperature related, but we've got a sight glass in the middle and potentially moves back and forth, but we've got 4 what look like guitar pickups or something. Potentially could be monitoring, probably not up and down motion, maybe back and forth motion. We've got one piece that's directly behind the sight glass that does an adjustment screw. And this whole thing is made out of a giant chonkule of brass. So this giant chunky dunky of brass, this big dumpy right here, is probably like this for stability. Stability, and then of course you can zero it in on the feet. They got 3 feet, so you know what you're adjusting. So what are we doing with this thing? These are wire terminals, yes. They're wire terminals, but you've also got these thumb screws next to it for removal. Wire terminals that go, and we removed one of these. There's just like a flat disc on the other side. It looks like it's probably a coil, which is why I'm thinking metal wire through the thing. What, I mean, like, it's got to be something, right? It's got to be something that we've seen before, right? It has to be. And I looked up seismometer. What other terms are there for something like that? What other terms do we have other than seismometer? Vibration, like, it can't be nothing. Yeah, it's true. Wanted to get into IT, but felt like I wasn't smart enough. So I went with psychology. So, all right, back in the day, when I was going to school, back when horse-drawn carriages were all around. I'm in Pennsylvania. The Amish are like right over there. There's horse-drawn carriages all the time. That's not. I'm actually serious about that. It was the early 2000s, though. In the early 2000s, IT, like, I remember the friends of mine that went into IT, they were literally taking tests that would define what the 2 different mouse buttons do. Like, that's the kind of stuff. Woo, that was a rough week. We got that quiz that I had to study for. That was, what does the escape key do? Better get drunk. Like, and I was like in multivariable calculus looking at them like that. Like, what the fuck? You guys have it easy. But yeah, that was IT back in my day. Yeah, what about the Womanites? What is this thing? Like a vintage, I want to say seismometer. A vintage brass seismometer, but the vintage seismometers aren't electrical equipment. What the hell is that thing? Yeah, they're not electrical. They're just physical, like, clockworky kind of thingies. So another. This is what I'm talking about right here. But that's, wait a minute, but that's a sextant. Seismometer and Honeywell class. Wait a minute. That ain't no seismometer. Yeah, it's just in the results. This is just in the results for that. This is a sextant or a survey equipment. So is it electrical survey equipment? Vintage electronics. There, see, that's the wire that goes down through the thing. But yeah, the base that I saw on that thing looks very much like what we have. I mean, it's a little different, obviously. Boomer wife jokes. If we sunk that low. Went to a tech school during high school. Was taking computer maintenance. Supposed to take my A+ senior year 2010. Lacked confidence in my abilities, so it's too late to get a job in IT. Yeah, IT gets pretty complicated, but I think it's not insurmountable. Blasting device. School is totally different when you go back at a later age because you're actually motivated to be there. A friend of mine is actually going to school for nursing at the moment, and he's like, it is completely different. And he's like having a good time, getting like amazing grades and everything. And he just doesn't feel like he's forced to be there. Actually, he has a picture on his cell phone that he takes every time he starts getting distracted at what he's doing. He takes out this picture on his cell phone. And the picture was the office that his company was going to move into after they were almost exclusively work from home, and the office is just this gray cubicle farm. And so he just looks at that and he's like, is what you theodolite? What is that? What I'm supposed to look up? Theodolite? Oh, is that what those are called? I just had to vet it out in another window. Theodolite. Theodolite. What, maybe as an electronic means by which to ascertain a good level on a theodolite. Theodilius, theodinite, on the theodolite. Oh, hold on. New treatment suggestion. Accept. Theodilio. Thetans. That's what it is. So let's look up brass theodolite. Brass electric theodinilite. I feel like maybe this is an electric plumb bob that goes on the base, but there's nothing else attaches to this. It just looks a lot like the adjustments on it, which would be the same method that they would use to figure out or to get something level, which, like what, like vintage electric plumb bob? Maybe not. Maybe that's not quite correct. Not quite. I mean, like, if it was a research tool, what oil plumb bob isolated on white that is not what that is, guys. Hey, licensed stock imagery. That's not what that is. It's not a plumb bob. That's a DC motor that somebody blew up and then put at the bottom of a lake for a little while. All right, so not a plumb bob, although it might be research equipment, so we never know. Because there's no, so what I'm thinking, like the reason that it's not a theodolite, however you say that, there's no other attachment points on this. There's only this. Unless you built something that press fits around that, which is silly. Why would you not screw it to the base? That's why I'm thinking, like, maybe this is something to, that's why I'm thinking plumb bob. Because you would attach something up here and a wire goes down through that. I mean, it could be, maybe it's that's why I think seismic, that's why I'm thinking plumb bob, because you've got 4 magnets on a wire, 4 electromagnets on a wire, because there's only room for a wire in the middle there. That's what I'm, you know, that's my assumption. Yeah, it's for a plumbus. It's a vintage plumbus. But the theodolites are like the closest thing that we've got to the base. The look of the base with the 3 spikes. What could this possibly fucking be? This is gonna bug me for a while. And maybe that's why my brother bought it. Because it's the kind of thing that's gonna piss me off in perpetuity. Maybe it's a Thogton. It's a micro 3D printer. No. No, it's not. No, it isn't. You're not the boss of me. This is more lamp equipment than I think I could ever view. What? This is gonna bug me, man. This is really gonna bug me. So if anybody has any ideas of what it is, feel free to, like, message me on Discord or something. I mean, I know I started a little bit late today, but it's too late to start Burn the Subs, and I'm out of weird stuff to look at. This is the last one, and it's the mystery. It's the thing that we don't know. Oh, don't make me even approach Facebook. Oh my God, it's just flashing login to continue, but I'm looking through it. What is the thing in the lower right? No. What is that thing in the middle? Seismic instrument, earthquake detector. Yeah, that's what I think it might be. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there's the stable one. Jesus Christ. I just don't want to get like doxxed, you know? I mean, it's very similar. Anything else on this page? A Geissler tube rotator. God, that thing is cool looking. Dubs. Refraction device. Why do they have these names? Archimedes screw. The galvanometer. No, but it might be related to this. It's a seismic earthquake detector. Yeah. Yeah, we allow links if they're relevant. I'll blow them away if they're not. And it would behoove you to learn where you can cut off. I don't know if Facebook allows you to cut off the link. I think after the .jpeg, you might be able to cut everything off after that. Earthquake detector, vintage. They're all like... I mean, that's why I was looking up seismometer, but I wasn't really finding anything. Because, yeah, what I'm thinking is that it has a weight. Yeah, they might have an auth code. Oh, you're on mobile, too. That's a fuse. Earthquake sound, FBNL1, single inline ANL fuse block holder. Why is it earthquake sound? It's an audio thing. Ay. That's not even... That's just a lamp. And there's the picture of the thing that we were looking at on Facebook. That's a clockwork mechanism. The sail room. Please don't dox me. Okay, it didn't. Man, they got a lot of cool stuff at these places, huh? A lot of cool stuff kicking around. I just want info about it, though. I don't know, this could have just been somebody's attempt to build an electrical earthquake detector. Victorian torsion galvanometer. Galvanometer. Nope. This could be some Leyden jar kind of shit, huh? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. It has to be an earthquake detector with all the stuff around it. All the like the balancing and the leveling. Electric currents and meters, Department of Physics and Astronomy. Let's take a look. No, doesn't look like any of this stuff. Well, I mean, like this stuff is getting closer and closer to what we're looking at here. Electrodynamometer. It seems to be getting, we're like zeroing in on it, aren't we? Something like that. Oh my God, where is this? G static. That is getting closer. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We're like asymptotically approaching the answer to this problem. We're getting closer and closer. These, I don't know, these galvometers are interesting because they seem to be getting a little bit closer to what we're talking about. Like that thing, what I would assume has electrical contacts on it. No. None of this stuff. Where would we put the jar over top of this thing? I mean, I could make this a base for that glass case that I have the tourbillon in. Yeah, the glass in the center is very close to what this has. It has a little bobble in the center. I think the thing in the center is so that you can make sure that the whatever like metal, whatever steel cable goes in the center of that thing, I think. I don't know. Yeah, traditionally a galvo motor is a little different than that. No, no, no! None of this is correct. None of it is even close. That might be a little bit closer. I'm just not seeing it. There's a knife. Finally. Finally a scientific vintage knife. That's my vintage science knife. What do you got there? That's a vintage science knife. Okay, that's getting pretty close. This is what we use to get to the center of the Earth. Yeah, I mean, we're looking for something with the same contacts and stuff now, so this is very close. But I don't know about seismometer. That's why I'm kind of like looking to slightly different applications here. I mean, I guess maybe you could be doing the twist of a magnet. If it could be like an RPM kind of thing. It can't be that uncommon. I don't know. As somebody sold it on eBay, it's got to be a little bit less than super duper common. But I'm not really getting any pings on the pickups that we have on the thing. Like if we've got a vibration meter and we're suspending a cable, we've got pickups on either side. What's whoa? We're trying to identify an oblong piece of brass that's made its way into my collection of miscellany. We've also got an AC meter that we're kind of repairing on the side here. We gotta wait for the silicon to shore up, and so that'll be maybe a thing that I do tomorrow. The only problem is the little adjustment thing blew up, so I don't know what to do about that. This has like a little window, and it's got 4 pickups. I'm assuming they're pickups because there's like a round piece on the back of these things. So you've got 2 contacts for each of these, and they're on 4 positions on what I would assume is a wire going down here because we've got a little window, a viewing window in it. Yeah, 1 out of 1 prototype. On the back end, you just have a screw that adjusts in and possibly contacts that thing. I don't think it would be a flat sheet of metal. There's a hole in the top where something's broken off, and there's a hole in the bottom for God knows what purpose. And then you've got 3 leveling feet that have points on them. And the leveling feet that have points on them seem to be pretty common for vintage lab equipment of that time. So we've been looking up seismic equipment, and we've been looking up, I mean, galvanometer measures tiny vibrations, which makes a lot of sense. We got pretty close with some stuff, but nothing is quite right. Nothing is quite it. We got very close. I mean, that is 1 set of contacts on it. What would it be, like 4 contact galvanometer brass? And look at that, like that's so, they're all so reminiscent of what we're looking for. And it might be that this one's like super cheap and or mostly broken, and maybe the good ones actually had all the cool stuff on them. Maybe the cool part was the part that was broken off of the top of this one. I would love to know. Wonder if at one time it had mercury in it. I'll find out in my old age and let you know. You have mercury poisoning. Ah, shit, that thing had mercury in it. Vintage 4 contacts, 4 pickup. No. No, no, no. None of this is right. That's a microscope and a thing. That's stupid. No, no. Wait, what were those? Hold on, come back. Hold on a minute. These are getting a lot closer. These are of the same kind of thing that that Suvfer found. Yeah. See how this one suspends a wire? That's what I'm thinking. It's a vintage flux capacitor, yeah. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Well, well. Well, then what the fuck is the point of the rest of this fucking thing? We don't have one of these, but we have the 2 screws coming through the bottom and then a wire hole like that. And is that that's what you were looking at? Hold on, that's Project Lazarus. I gotta play that at some point. I think I want to do Fashion Police this weekend because I'm kind of looking forward to that. Where's the other picture? There it is. So yeah, that like diving bell, but with a wire going into the bottom, and there's a viewport in the middle, and then I would assume that all those electrical contacts. See, like these are weird because I don't know what these are doing. I guess that one is isolated, and the other one is on the ground. Divots for legs. What do you mean? Oh, for lugs? No divots for lugs. These are to hold on the top piece, and all the lugs are out here. But yeah, the pointy legs were what was tipping us off on the top. I feel like I knew where this piece was at some point. What happened to that? I feel like I've seen a piece that very much resembles that. God, I'm gonna have to wash my hair or my hands 1,000 times today after today. You're missing two of the things, but yeah. But I mean, this is the closest thing. This is clearly the closest thing that we found. I want to go with seismometer, but I just don't see coil pickups in the same way. I mean, this one has multiple coil pickups, but it's a totally different style. But it is very, I mean, 1, 2, 3 base legs, and then like, you know, a bunch of contacts for stuff. It's eight contacts for 4, what are essentially, I would believe, is guitar. What I'm thinking is guitar pickups, and then you have like a guitar-style cable suspended between here and maybe a bobble at the bottom. I'm not sure. But then again, we see a picture with an electrical wire just going up into that piece. So I don't know. I don't know which one it is. I don't think they're piezoelectric elements. That would be kind of interesting if they were. And then you would be getting micro voltages from anything like rattling up against them. Maybe it's a prototype, yeah. And we're actually looking at, I mean, you know, they were pretty good at putting labels, like big labels on stuff. We don't have anything. We have no labels. We have no numbers stamped into this, nothing. Nobody bothered to go get like their number punches and punch in like a number on it. Do a double check on that. Just make sure that there's no very subtle writing that all the crud has covered over. Nothing. We typically don't do exactly this kind of thing on this channel, right? We were going to pivot over and work on Burn the Subs. We'll do that on Thursday, but I had some more of the curiosity stuff to look at. I wanted to take a look at some of these weird things that end up on my desk, because it's a lot of fun doing this stuff. I mean, I had a lot of fun in the IED job because that's part of the job, was looking stuff up and figuring out what product was modified. Moving magnet reflecting galvanometer. Is that safe to search on Twitch? I think that's banned. I think they banned that because it's too sexual. That's the style of the one that I was looking at, yeah. How the fuck? What is that? My magnet! What are you doing? Why are you moving my magnet? Oh yeah, that looks crusty as hell. You gotta wonder what these guys are doing. Well, they were all smoking is what they were doing. Everybody was smoking while working on this stuff. Hand me another cigar. I need 4 in my mouth. Like a ballistics galvanometer. Yeah, basically you move either metal or a magnet in the presence. It's basically how a guitar works. It's just that the millivolts aren't smooth licks. Instead, the vibration, the movement, the millivolts that we get are, in fact, seismic activity. They're not somebody plucking away at the strings. but it seems like we can't zero in on the era if this thing is like a piece of 1960s tech. Oops, no. I mean, it's probably 50s or 40s, to be honest. That one seems to be getting close. I mean, but you've got like a window in there, and I don't think that's, if you were doing like a mirror reflection or like a mirror moving, I don't think you'd want it behind that big piece of glass. So I don't know. I feel like it's more like one of these guys where you're able to view what's going on just so that you can tune it. I don't know, but I think we're very close as to what it is. Knowing my brother, he probably has no idea what it is either. Well, knowing my brother, he probably doesn't even remember giving it to me. Oh, come on. It keeps like giving me like treatment things that it wants to do, and then it doesn't let me open the window to approve them. And I'm just approving them carte blanche because I'm still tuning the system. Why doesn't somebody have a picture of exactly what this is? This could possibly be a what is this thing post. I don't know how popular what is this thing is anymore. By the way, I do have some Galvo motors in the bins. In the bins over there, I have some Galvo motors, and since we are one of the storage bins that we still have to take out, the big one is full of my old laser equipment. So we will mess around with lasers soon. I wonder if we need to do an Arduino Galvo project at some point. Maybe see if that could potentially benefit Burn the Subs. Burn the Subs, I do not want, and I've said this before, I don't want Galvo motors influencing where the laser goes because we want the meandering plotting. We want the slow movement and the etching of the laser because it's fun to watch. It's entertainment. It's not, because if we wanted to, I could put it on Galvo motors and they would just go blah, 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 and then we could like rasterize and make all kinds of cool stuff. I don't want to do that yet. I don't want to do that yet because it seems it's a little cheaty if the, like for instance, if the laser was like on the lights up there and it just went and it like immediately put the name down. God, these are all so close to what we're looking for here. I mean, maybe our thing was some kind of a prototype. Maybe it was a prototype. I think we got pretty close though. And like, if it's supposed to be a Galvo like mirror thing, I guess the top piece would hold the mirror and then the pickups would move it. I don't know. All right, anyway, I've run out of stuff, and I don't want to start in on Burn the Subs quite yet. I mean, I did want to work on Burn the Subs. There's a couple things that we need to do with it that are easy to do. So we're going to do those on Thursday, I promise. Friday, we might go through the laser stuff. We'll see about that. But that's the plan. That's the plan. So I'm gonna wrap it up here. I'm not allowed to eat food today because I've actually, if you've noticed, I've actually had most of the afternoon since I had coffee. I have now had most of the afternoon at a normal glucose level. I want to preserve that. I'm not allowed to eat. I need to distract myself in some way, shape, or form. I think we had a pretty good day. We had one big mystery, and we had a bunch of stuff that we're working on. I'm going to let silicone sealant do its thing. I don't know how I'm going to repair that adjustment disc. Maybe super glue will do it, like super glue and like a really fine syringe tip, and just be really careful about how I'm gluing it back together. Yeah, for some reason, giving myself 12 grams of carbohydrates for a cup of coffee with a splash of creamer in there blows my glucose levels out the fucking ceiling. But anyway, I'm going to be on Discord. You guys can catch me on Discord on the off time. Here's the end card with all that information for you. We will have more cool stuff to look at. We will get to a little bit of mechanical design on Thursday. You'd have to have a microscope to put it back together. Yeah, it's too bad I don't have one of those. Too bad I don't have like a really far standoff of an objective for a microscope that could like help me see all the tiny little parts better. Like the little screws. Yeah, that's a shame. That's a shame I don't have a microscope. I gotta make sure that goes back to the right pile. This thing can go a lot closer too. We've looked at chip dies on that thing before too. I have EEPROMs with windows in them that I'll often put on an objective, and we get it like real close. Well, this thing moves down very far, and we get it real close. We're able to actually see the gates on it. This is older tech. But anyway, thank you. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you subs. Thank you follows. I will be back on Thursday. We skip Wednesday just in case I need to order stuff online, and that's just the schedule. I need tomorrow to clean up. Clean up around here because things are getting out of hand. But I will catch you guys on Thursday, 12:35 Eastern Standard till about 5:30, maybe longer if we've got stuff to work on. But we got a lot of computer stuff to do so that I can print out a base for Burn the Subs. We can get the mechanical stuff sorted so we can jump into the world of software, the deep and annoying world of programming. Burn the Subs. So thank you guys. I appreciate you guys, and I will see you on Thursday. Oh, Silver won't be there, so we won't be streaming on. No, we will stream on Thursday. Oh, and at the end of the month, last thing, by the end of the month, at around the end of the month, I've got a Thursday and Friday when the little munchkins are going to be running around, my brother's kids. So I may not be able to stream those days. We'll see. I don't want to put a cute kid on camera just to get views, and I'm not about to try to get approval from him to put his kids on camera. I don't want to do that because they're not totally cognizant of the fact that everything they do on the internet will probably be there forever. And how that works and how my interaction with you guys works. I'm not gonna put them on camera. If we get a puppy, I will put the puppy on camera. I'll be shameless in that. But all right, so I'll see you guys Thursday. If possible, you guys show up. Now I'm not gonna rate anybody because there's a bunch of people on right now. Let me just get an awareness of who's where. Exploit animals. Look, if we get a puppy, like that's a totally different animal. Wait a minute. Yeah, we got Roboz doing a thing. What's he doing? I have absolutely no idea. Dex Bonus is still doing Final Fantasy for the past year. I don't know. What do we got in the tech people? They're all the way at the bottom. Boyd's Custom Fab is doing some stuff. He's got a bunch of people. Oh, Djibouti Show's doing Marvel Spider-Man too. My whole list has been, there might be other people on, but my list has been, everybody's been pushed out. So, Ray the Bother guy. Yeah, that's true. I wonder what happens if I do that. /raid o bother. A channel cannot raid itself. Oh, they actually figured it out. So anyway, you guys figure out where you want to go. There's a bunch of, there's some suggestions and people are doing stuff. I will see you guys on Thursday. Have a good one. Goodbye. 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 Goodbye.